Wow, pura vida, mi gente. Thanks for tuning in once again. Appreciate you guys taking the time to do that. I love seeing everybody gathered here always and willing and ready to just hear me out. It excites me too, and I appreciate you guys for that. And as I was saying in the chat, I give thanks to the Most High for y'all. The good people, the people who are willing to learn, the people who are able to just discern and use their heart and just use their logic and you know all kinds of things. But I'm just appreciative of you guys because it gives me hope in humanity, and I know that there is good people out there and a lot of people willing to learn and we can learn together, willing to share. So that's what we've been doing, a lot of us in this community, and we're growing together in this journey. What I wanted to do today, uh, real quick, or well, not real quick. I don't know if you guys ready, but this is just gonna be a long one too, okay? Hope you so get comfortable, you know, in whatever way that is for you. Get cozy, get the popcorn. We're gonna go over the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees, the first 13 chapters altogether today because I never finished the last chapter and I had pre-recorded it and it's just been so long that I need to do a whole refresh of the 13 chapters just so I can read the last chapter because it was a pretty long chapter and we got to be able to complete the book, right? I'll go ahead and share the book with you guys right now. Let me see. I can put it in the chat right here. Anybody want to read along anytime or read on your own time? That's the source. But again, just apply everything we read today. We're going over, just apply what we've learned already, what you learned already, the knowledge you got, discern everything. We're gonna dust the hijack and pull out the babies always. Again, thanks for being here again, once again with me and hearing me read. And let's see what we can find and conclude. And now, also, before I started, actually, yeah, let me just go ahead and so if you just put Israel in the nations of Europe, Kurimeo, in the search, um, you'll you'll get my series, my other one, which is Israel and the nations of Europe, and we kind of talked about the Israelite influence and these nations, and especially the British Isles eventually, and you know, talked a lot. There's part three, all right, and there's part one, and part two, all right. But today, like this other book, right? Let me get this other book is on a it goes even further back, like it's just talking about the sons of Noah and stuff, so it's going even further back. So what I'm trying to show is there's a lot of connection with ancient Ireland and ancient America, the true old world. In fact, if you really start thinking about it, everybody likes to talk about Pangea and all that. So let's go ahead and do something here real quick. That's what we're doing. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Hey, welcome, welcome. Bear with me, we live. So, what is it called? Laurasia? Laurasia? Everybody always talk about Gondwana and everything else, but so what's Laurasia? So if you want to talk about continents before continents split apart, right? What do I see when I see Laurasia? What do I see? I see that Ireland was in North America. It was connected. The British Isles, all that. So at some point, you know, it's all connected, right? All connected. But also we got the let me see if we can find it. We got the Egypt has been greatly embarrassed. So we got the video that I read of the ancient stories of Axton makes the eyes of Trinidad, right? The ancient stories of Trinidad, where they were talking about the Ireland, and ancient Ireland. They said they used to be connected to the mainland, and this land stretched all the way to Ireland, the British Isles. That's the stories from Trinidad. That's the stories from Trinidad. All right, so just something to think about. Either way, they could have navigated from Americas, from the true Canaan, true Egypt. All right, we're gonna go over that. Don't worry. Let Kurimeo. We're gonna go back in time. Let Kurimeo explain it as he reads. We're gonna do a little side commentary here and there. All right. But again, thanks for tuning in, and let's go ahead and get started. All right. Much love and respect to everybody tuned in. I hope you guys enjoyed the last video. I just wanted to continue where we left off in this part 12 of Nations of the World regarding the Chaldeans, descendants of Arphaxad, as you see here, and Ur, the land of Uriah, or Uriah land, or Ur of Chaldees, right? And how that related to Abraham, who supposedly came out of Chaldea, right? And I left it at showing you guys what does that have to do with Ireland, right? If you watch this video. So today we're going to continue from there. I had this great book that I found, years back. Wanted to go ahead and start reading it to you. And remember, we're going to dodge the hijack. Any hijack we see always. We pull out the babies out of everything. And we're going to get a couple chapters, at least the first 5 chapters of this book today. Remember, we know the hijack stories. So anybody trying to argue, remember, we're getting all 13 chapters today. So your debaters, they've never found the actual place. It's all conjecture. It's all opinions. It's not in Iraq. All right, we know the story. We know the fairy tales. You don't need to repeat the doctrine to us. We're trying to find the real locations, right? Make this more historical, not just stories, right? And places that we can never find, make it a mystery, right? It's not a mystery. That's my story, mystery, my story, right? And I mean in general. All right, so I hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. All right, so now we're going to get into this book finally. And I say finally, not because of the last video, but because I've had this book for about 4 years. And I'm like, wow, how do I even get to this? People ain't ready for this. I wasn't even ready. I had to learn and study more. And how would this be Chaldea, Ireland, right? So this, as it says here, this book, Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees. Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees. How could that be? But I think we're at the point where we have a lot of overstanding right now. All right, shout out to Big Judah. Shout out to everybody connected in Ireland and the clans there, and the Scottish clans and British clans. This goes even before all that. This is like, we're going way back, right? We're going supposedly to ancient Babylon, Akkadians, Chaldeans, all right, Assyrians, all right? But we're going to talk about a real location, not a false narrative. Again, Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes. This is from 1873. She did some really good research. Again, I've had this book for a while. I'm happy to be able to get to this book finally. We go right to chapter 1. I hope to be able to go ahead and read the whole book with you guys. It's very interesting, a lot of good chapters. And yeah, believe it, we can read 200 pages together. Yep. Whether it takes us a couple episodes or in one episode, this is pre-recorded. It don't matter. We're going to try to pull out the babies and get some overstanding here. Well, we're going to read all 13 today. Then we'll probably read the last chapter tomorrow. It's all good. Could this be the real Chaldea in Ireland? Chapter 1, the extent of Chaldea, its situation not in the east. It's not over there in the Middle East, not in Iraq. I'm bringing before the reader's attention the extent of ancient Chaldea, in which was Ur. According to the best authorities, we do so in order to show that it was of such small dimensions as not to have contained the cities and kingdoms commonly supposed to have been within its area, and therefore that the district or country of Chaldea was not between the Tigris and Euphrates. All right, they're literally letting you know, like what we've been also saying before. How could they get lost for 40 years in such a small place? And how could Chaldea be over there in Iraq between, those rivers, modern day Tigris and Euphrates? It's too small to contain all those cities and kingdoms that are mentioned in these ancient texts and the Bible and everything. It's too small an area. They even haven't found all this stuff. All right.
Perhaps the best authority that has appeared lately on this subject is Mr. Rawlinson, who has been quoted extensively in the notes to the new edition of the Bible and elsewhere. We give from his work a passage on Chaldea. It is obvious that only natural divisions of Chaldea proper are those made by the river courses. The principal tract must always have been that which intervenes between the two streams. This was an anciently a district some 300 miles in length, varying from 20 to 100 miles in breadth, and perhaps averaging 50 miles, which must have thus have contained an area of about 15,000 square miles. The tract between the Euphrates and Arabia was at all times smaller than this, and in the most flourishing period of Chaldea must have fallen short of 10,000 square miles. You see that? So the way, just that one thing right there describing a 300-mile in length, from 20 to 100 miles in breadth, and perhaps averaging 50 miles, that doesn't fit the area they saying Chaldea was at today. It doesn't fit there. It's a lot smaller than 15,000 square miles. You guys see that? It doesn't fit the descriptions of these ancient places. We never took into account the areas, how big they were really talking about when we talk about distances. When we talk about rivers, how really long are you really talking about? How far are you really talking about? Does that fit in today's Iraq, in today's modern, supposedly ancient Chaldea over there in Iraq? It doesn't. That's why they're letting you know right here. It says we have no evidence, they have no evidence that the natural division of Chaldea here indicated was ever employed in ancient times for political purposes. The division which appears to have been so employed was one into northern and southern Chaldea, the first extending from Hit to a little below Babylon, the second from Niffer to the shores of the Persian Gulf. In each of these districts we have a sort of tetrarchy or special preeminence of 4 cities, such as appears to be indicated by the words, the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, Akkadian, Akkadia, Akkadia, Akkadians, right? Whoa, yeah. And Calne, in the land of Shinar, right? Shinar, which supposedly became Summer, right? And Sumerians, but that's for Sumerians, just a term for people who dwelt in Shinar or Summer. Doesn't mean a nation. The southern tetrarchy is composed of the 4 cities Ur, Uria, Uri, remember Uri, or the land of Ur, or the land of Uri, Uri land, or Hur, Huruk, Hur, Huruk, Nippur, and Larsa, or Larancha, which are probably identified with the scriptural Ur of the Chaldees, Erech, Calne, and Elazar. All right, those are those, he's saying. The northern consists of Babel or Babylon, Borsippa, Kuta, and Sipara, of which all except Borsippa are mentioned in scripture. Besides these cities, the country contained many others, as Chilmat, Durkurigalsu, Ihi or Rahaba, Rubesi, Duran, Telhumba. It is not possible at present to locate with accuracy all these places. They haven't found any of these places. We may, however, in the more important instances, fix either certainly or with a very high degree of probability their position. Continuing, it says, Hur or Ur, the most important of the early capitals, was situated on the Euphrates, probably at no great distance from its mouth. It was probably the chief commercial emporium in the early times, as in the bilingual vocabularies, its ships are mentioned in connection with those of Ethiopia. All right, so which Ethiopia, right? The name is found to have attached to the extensive ruins, now about 6 miles from the river, on its right bank, and nearly opposite its junction with the Shat El Hie, which are known by the name of Ger, or the Bitutmend. Now the substance of all this is that Chaldea proper was divided by the river courses, or in other words, lay between the Tigris and Euphrates, anciently a district some 300 miles in length. Again, they're letting you know this was at least 300 miles in length, about 15,000 square miles. It doesn't fit with they're saying it is today in Iraq. It's smaller than this, and perhaps averaging 50 miles in breadth, and that the other tract between the Euphrates and Arabia was 10,000 square miles or less than a third of the entire Chaldea, calculated to have had an extent of 23,000 square miles, falling short of Ireland by more than 9,000 square miles. Then Mr. Rawlinson, in the wake of those who have written upon the subject before him, goes on to tell us of the probable situation of Ur, or Hur, and that according to Sir H. Rawlinson, it was probably the chief commercial emporium in the early times. It is not to be wondered at that Mr. Rawlinson follows upon the beaten track of discovery in this quarter. It is far safer so to do than to search for truth in a new direction, which, however, is enticing and affording abundance to gratify the thinker, the archaeologist, and scholar. Handed down to us are etymologies of names of places, doubtful as the positions of those places. All right, doubtful. These etymologies they gave us. The word Shinar suggests what is given as the Hebrew of it, nothing more. Shin, two, and Nar, or are, a river, two rivers. Shinar, two rivers. All right, that's the etymology. It doesn't mean a landmass over there in Iraq. It doesn't specify that. Chaldea is rendered the country or dry land of Chazdim, which word is no doubt derived from Chesed, son of Nahor, who gave his name to the city of Nahor in Aram Naharaim. All right, so that's the Chazdim or Kesedim. Nahor did have another son named Kesedim. Remember, they were trying to say it was Arphaxad's son in the last video. And when we look at biblical and Genesis, it actually says he was the son of Nahor. So even though all of those people are descendants of Arphaxad, so they're still right about the Chaldeans being, the people of Arphaxad, because it's the same line. All right, so Nahor, again, he named the city Aram Naharaim. All right, the Chaldean city, Aram, between the rivers. In Syriac, Beth Narim has the same signification. The Greeks from the Hebrew, or Syriac, consequently compounded a word with the same meaning, Mesopotamia, or the country between rivers. The Arabs knew it by the name of the island, or Al-Jazire. All right? Now, just like Atlantis, right, between two oceans or two waters, the same thing. They're talking about the same place. All right? Babylon in Greek and in Hebrew, Babel from Balal, to confound, which word is said to be contracted from Balbal, confusion. There are other etymologies, but the latter are the most probable and have the advantage of signifying exactly the state in which the question is involved at the present time, confounded and in confusion. We have given the above examples of ancient names of places because they are generally understood to mean the same thing, the country or land between rivers. The one exception seems to be the Arabic Al-Jazire, or the island, all right? An island, all right? Isn't Ireland and the British Islands, right? Isles Islands, Ireland is an island, right? Island. How these interpretations may be otherwise understood than they are intended, we will afterwards consider. At the present, it is obvious that our best scholars are undecided as to the correct meaning and geographical position of Shinar, Chaldea, Aram Naharaim, Mesopotamia, Al-Jazire, or even Babylon, right? Again, this is something very important to point out. They don't know. They can't tell you today with proof, even though they say it was over there in Iraq, they can't prove it. They can't tell you geographical position of any of these places today. And it says, we have looked in vain through the notes to the new edition of the Bible and thought, as we believe most people would, before risking a conclusion to so important a question, that the great intellects engaged upon that work would have evolved something tangible from the many hypotheses that have been constructed in defense of a locality for these most important scripture places. All right, so in other words, we would assume, right, where he's saying we would assume that they would have actually gave us something tangible to their hypotheses, to their theories, to where they're saying these locations are. They have no proof of it. They haven't really proven that at all. All right, we assume they did. We just believed them. The authorities for the new edition of the Bible have simply quoted from the best writers upon the subject. To Mr. Rawlinson, they owe a great deal, but he unfortunately has left the question much in the same way as he found it. This is what was to be expected, for all the misapprehension about the question has originated with the interpreters of the Bible making Shinar, Chaldea, Aram, Naharaim, Mesopotamia, and Babylon one place. They made all that one place. You see how they cramming everything into one place? Just like they say, the Israelites got lost for 40 years in that small place over there. They can't really explain how, right? Because they keep cramming these people into these fake places that it's not even the right size and everything. And it says only because these words have a like meaning. Principally because the words have a like meaning. That's it. Kala is confounded by Rawlinson with Kalne. In Genesis 10, it is stated that the beginning of Nimrod's kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Kalne in the land of Shinar. But in verses 11 and 12 of the same chapter, it is given, out of that land went forth Ashur and built this Nineveh. All right, so it was actually Ashur, a descendant of Shem, right? And the progenitor of the Assyrians, remember from my last video? And the city Rehoboth and Calah and Resen, between Nineveh and Calah. Beside Calah and Calne, there is a Calno, quoted by some authors as the same place. There is nothing very strange in supposing Ashur to have been the builder of Calah. Calah and Calne were not the same place. Calah, it may be allowed, was in the district claimed for it by Rawlinson, but that Calne was not there. It is sufficient to know Ashur went out of a land called Shinar, of which Calne with Babel, Erech, and Akkad was the beginning. All right, the beginning. So they're literally telling us two different places. So Ashur left Akkad, Acadia? Ashur is described as having gone out of Shinar and built the cities of Nineveh, Rehoboth, Resen, and Calah. All right, so it was Ashur, not Nimrod. For the situations of these cities, there is ample evidence. The beginning of the kingdom of Nimrod should be understood as distinct from the building of Nineveh, Calah, and other cities in Assyria, attributed to Ashur. Right, it's different. It's not Nimrod. It was Ashur, a son of Shem. Interpreters of scripture, misled by often only a supposed meaning of the Bible names of places which they find in Chaldee, Hebrew, and Greek, and misled also by their anxiety to find all the beginnings of things in the East. All right, that was a big point he just made. Just because they're trying to fit their narratives, they're trying to put everything in the Middle East and Africa, right? And so because they're trying to do that, their anxiety, they're making up all these things and they're not really paying attention to what they're doing. All right, they have mistaken the testimony of the Aboriginal language of Europe. Oh, the what? An Aboriginal language of Europe. Now we're getting into something. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? In the countries over which it was spoken. That language admitted by philologists to have been before Greek and Latin and coexisting with Sanskrit. All right? The language that gave names to most of the mountains, rivers, the natural scenery of Europe, and bestowed on parts of Asia cognate words that endured yet almost unchanged. The Celtic. All right? This is where we're about to get deep, all right? The Celtic. What is the Celtic? Remember that the Celtic goes back to the Armoricon. If those interpreters had availed them.
Yes, yes. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, before anybody says, it's definitely Celtic, not Celtic. I was saying Celtic, but it was Celtic. We know. Let's go.
Themselves of the light shed by the Celtic languages upon the pages of the Bible over which they labored, they would not have sanctioned the huddling together of so many countries and cities in Chaldea, so many places. They put it in one place and they told you it was right there in Iraq. They lied to you. A place not to be found even in name in the whole Hebrew Bible. It doesn't even exist in the Bible. You understand? They're making up terms, trying to make up nations. So they made up terms that didn't even exist in the Bible. If it is our duty to seek the best means of proof, it is necessary to divest ourselves of prejudice while thinking over the book that contains so many truths about our first state and our future life. All right, so we continue in the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes from 1873. And we're in chapter 2 of the book. And it says, Remarks on the sons of Noah and their tongues. Where the habitation of Noah was after his descent of Ararat has not yet been discovered. All right, they don't know. So they can't tell you where it is, really. At any rate, satisfactorily, but we are informed it was a land in which he planted a vineyard, according with him being a husbandman. His sons, after living with him for a time in this uncertain locality, as uncertain as the eastern resting place of the ark, separated. Of the descendants of Japhet, the elder son, we are told they occupied the immense extent of land that stretches from Asia Minor, immediately south of the Caspian Sea, the river Oxus and the Ayamus and Atay Mountains, to the extreme east and north of Asia. Now look at this quote, this footnote right here. It says, why they may have gone over to America from this or some other point is a matter that does not come within the range of the present argument. Although it cannot be treated upon here, it is related to our subject. America, when they talk about Asia, huh?
That's a major one right there. You guys heard that, right? So that's why I read that footnote. It was telling you, hey, Asia could include actually America too. Remember, the farthest east. If you keep going, you end up in America, right? Where did Marco Polo really go?
Farthest east. We're continuing, you know how Japhet's territories, right? It says, and westward over Asiatic and European Scythia, Scandinavia, Britain, Gaul, Italy, Greece, all the Mediterranean islands, and into Asia Minor again. By many it is thought the west coast of Asia Minor, or Do Danim, bordering upon a Tarshish, which they include, with the island of Cyprus on its south, in the Japhetian chart. Shem's descendants are supposed to have inhabited all the land south of the Iamus and Atay Mountains, to the east and north as far as Japan, southward over the Pacific Islands, Hindustan, Persia, Syria, Assyria. All right, you hear all this? Even Hindustan, the Pacific Islands, Japan, Persia, Syria, Assyria, the country of Aram, and then with the exception of Dodanim and the supposed Tarshish, the remainder of Asia Minor, right? That was Shem's land. The descendants of Ham are assigned to Arabia and Africa. The names of the sons of the generations of Noah can be traced as having been peculiar to Western Europe before Christ, all right? So Ham, straight up Arabia and Africa, all right? The whole earth was one language and one of speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. All right, so again, they're quoting right now Genesis. Remember, we're not reading the Bible, but he's using it to correlate, all right? Because he's going to get to a point. Of course, it must be concluded from this that the sons of Noah were of one language and one speech, and that they dwelt in Shinar, which country was in the west. For it is expressly stated they journeyed from the east.
Okay.
They came from the east, so that was in the west. You
Yep.
get what I'm saying? Just like corn, just like the Mandan legends, right? Of them bringing corn with them on their easternly migration. So that means they were coming from the west, just like these ancient people were coming from the west. Since they were traveling east, they journeyed east. And what part of the west from Asia was Shinar? If it did not extend over all Europe, we will leave to the reader to determine from the facts as they are given in our subsequent pages, all right? He's going to give you the facts, and you're going to know basically what they mean, what west that was, all right? Just like when they're saying the Egyptians, right? They're saying that all their gods and all these people are Westerners. It's not just West Africa, all right? You got to go a little further.
Yep.
You're going to get to another part of Shem's land.
Yes,
You got to go a little more west. For the present, we safely assume that the sons of Noah spoke one language. What that language was may be a difficult question to answer correctly, but difficulty should not deter us from at least searching for it among parts that once made a whole, made one language before it affected others. Notwithstanding the arbitrary classification of languages, philologists are becoming more aware of this fact. It is quite possible that time and observation will reward the independent searchers after truth and bring together through them so many at least elements of the matrix tongue spoken by the sons of Noah, and for a time their descendants, as will forever set at rest in solid foundation the materials of the primitive speech. We are aware of the gravity of such a task and that it requires volumes to do it justice, right? Hey, one day we might gonna try to crack that code, right? If we devote a few suggestive pages to this subject, it is because they may be found necessary to the explanation of the text and of the service in discovering a European location of Shinar, a European location. The laws of language and the names of those laws were first discovered by the Greek philosophers and grammarians. Yet, as may be gathered from a passage in the Kratilos of Plato, that acute mind could not do more than suggest that the barbarians lent some of their words to the Greek. The idea of penetrating the relationship of languages probably never entered the head of Plato. It was reserved for the thinkers of this century to take the first step toward the classification of languages. The stupendous mass of speech used by man, it is at this hour as difficult a task to divide into distinct families as any that can be conceived. The Aryan, Semitic, the Indo-Chinese, the Malayo-Polynesian, the polysynthetic dialects of America, and other tongues have not at present yielded much toward the philosophy of language. But as far as researches have been conducted, the Aryan and the Semitic have contributed most. Under the Aryan are comprised the languages of India, Persia, Armenia, Greece, Italy, the Celtic, and Slavonic, all right? All those. Remember that Persian, that was Shem. The Semitic, or Shemitic, includes the languages of the Babylonians, the Syrians, the Jews, the Ethiopians, and the Arabs.
So what I mean about the Persians being Shem is he had a son, Shem had a son named Elam. And the Persians go back to the Elamites. The original Persians are really called Elamites. Elam, okay, son of Shem.
Right? If we judge of the influence of these two classes of language upon political and literary history, we admit they include the most important of the earth. But inasmuch as it can only at present be conjectured what was the first and natural state of language, so is there much tendency to err, dividing it into classes. Thus the Sanskrit and Hebrew, the Celtic and Arabic are not only to be studied as Aryan and Semitic languages, but as languages that must have reciprocated many of their parts. All right, that's deep right there, letting you know.
So remember, we read in my series Israel and the Nations of Europe, we read 3 books, very scholarly, philological books, very old from the 1800s about the Gaelic possibly being connected to what they're calling Hebrew, right? Originating with that same stock. So that's what they actually talking about right now, right here.
2 base ones they're letting you know. 100 years ago, this would be considered visionary by scholars accustomed to look up Hebrew, Greek, and Latin glossaries for the radicals of various and dissimilar words, but their labor in that way was unproductive. They accepted as necessarily true what had been taught them, nor believed that there might be much darkness dispelled, and some things important to the elucidation of language discovered in the histories of people and nations, in the records of their manners and customs, in relation to present manners and customs, their names of places and things, remaining in modern languages, the wars of people and nations, their contacts, their associations, peace, admixture of race, their civilization, and by their monuments of civilization and decay. Man in his normal state had a vigorous language, uncircumscribed by rules. Max Muller, alluding to the Aryan and Semitic speech owing their origin to historical concentrations of speech wild and unbounded, says, in the eyes of the student of language, Sanskrit, Greek and Latin, Hebrew, Arabic, and Syriac are what a student of natural history would not hesitate to call monstra, unnatural, exceptional formations, which can never disclose to us the real character of language left to itself to follow out its own laws without let or hindrance. For that purpose, a study of the Chinese and the Turanian dialects, a study even of the jargons of Africa, Polynesia, Melanesia is far more instructive than the most minute analysis of Sanskrit and Hebrew. Although the historical concentrations by which was formed a wild, unbounded Aryan and Semitic speech, the languages of most parts of Asia and Europe cannot be written in detail, we may arrive at the almost certain conclusion that such a language became the basis of the Send, Doric, Old Sclavonic, Latin, Gothic, Armenian, Lithuanian, perhaps Sanskrit, for all are varieties of one type, and perhaps no one of them can be considered as the original on which the others altogether formed. Who can say from what words grew in diverse dialects and languages? Who's going to tell you that? Who's going to really know that? It is certain that the Sanskrit, even although approaching so near to a matrix language, has not preserved in many cases the primitive inorganic forms of words to be found in Greek and Latin. This is held by many scholars. Max Muller gives us an example that word right there cannot be derived from the Sanskrit samas, because samas has lost the radical a, which Greek has preserved, the root being as, to be the termination mas, we. In the same way, the Greek cannot be called a language from which others were derived, for the Latin language has preserved some forms that are older than Greek. So we find contracted from is preserved by some. So I hope you guys are following along. It's pretty interesting what they're correlating here. I know it's a lot of information you might not understand, but it's very important understanding what they're saying here about languages and how these are not the original languages, even though Greek and Sanskrit is very old. They come from something else. Continue says here, Greek has dropped the radical s altogether, while Latin, like Sanskrit, has at least preserved the radical s and sunt equals santi. In older languages that neither may yet be in existence, those words that were used to signify the nearest necessity of human existence, such as the man, woman, father, mother, brother, sister, sky, soul, air, earth, water, bread, wine, strength, work, house, village, town, writing, gate, tower, king, queen, and words that may be said to contain the history of the world, and as they are nearly alike in sound and meaning in the languages above specified, and also in the Celtic. All right, Celtic with a footnote. It says under Celtic will be included as well as Irish, the Erse of Scotland, the Welsh, the Manx, the Cornish, and Armoric. Remember I was telling you the Armoric, all right, Celtic. That's what they're talking about.
Armorican.
Remember, it's about to get deep. Gotta follow along. All right, I'm trying to understand too. We're learning together. The problem of the radical relationship of all languages may one day be solved, and the disciples of Raoul Mer, Ascoli, and Ewald no doubt be delighted, at any rate brought to a confession that the Aryan and Semitic speakers have preserved from the earliest times words that prove not only the divergence of speech from one speech, but the divergence of race from one race, and consequently from one locality. The relationship of the Aryan languages is evident. All right, so they give them some examples here: English, Sanskrit, Send, Greek, Latin, Gothic, Slav, Irish. Father, Pitar, Patar. Look at that. Send and Sanskrit, Patar. Pater. Look, Sanskrit and Latin, Pater. Gothic, Fadar or Patar, same. Slav, Pater. Pater, Pater, Irish, Ater, Pitar, Patar, Father, Pater. Look, Latin, Pater, Ater, Patar, Pitar, is the same. All right, that's a good example there. Mother, Matar, Matar, Mater, Mati, Mater, it's the same. Mater, Mater. Brother, Bratar, Bratar. Look in Sanskrit, yo, brother, Brata, Brate, Bropa, Brat, Brate. Look, it's all the same. You see? This is why they're saying it's very important to study philology, or the study of languages. Shout out to Kiowa, he's big on that. We got future videos on all this, things like this, examples like this we're going to talk about, but they're just letting you know this is an example what they're talking about here.
Now remember how all these languages connect to people in different nations in America. Remember we read that philology book, very, very extensive, very scholarly book. One of them, high-ranked philologists, that wrote it, a part of all these academic societies, right? That's all we got for now, but he was putting a lot of things together, and how different tribes of America have certain languages that are connected to other people in the world. So they might be more related to other nations in America, to other people in the world based on, might show a migration pattern. People do get conquered and take on languages, but it could show some connection there.
Daughter duhitar, Sankris duhitar, data, dea, dea, duhita, dea, data. The above from Max Muller are only a few of the words used by the first of the Aryan stock. The lingua prisca of the first inhabitants of Italy was nothing more than a dialect of the primitive Celtic. You hear this? They're talking about Latin. It's just a primitive Celtic of the original lingua prisca. In course of time, this dialect received infusions of Greek, particularly Aeolic, through the adventurers from the Peloponnesus.
All right, so real quick, we're talking about Old Latin, right? Talking about it's a primitive Celtic. It's a primitive Celtic, right? So Old Latin, do you guys see here? Let me show you. It's literally like Paleo Hebrew and a lot of symbols where they do go back to the Celtic and Iberian Punic symbols, Phoenician, Paleo, so-called Phoenician. Just wanted to show you guys that, even Latin. So they're saying in the other book that Latin, the lingua prisca, the first inhabitants of Italy, it was literally just a primitive Celtic. What is Celtic? What is Celtic? And so it keeps going back. And that's why it starts looking like Paleo Hebrew, all these languages.
The Greek itself, meantime, retained much of the ancient Celtic. All right, a lot of the Greek retained a lot of the ancient Celtic, upon which it undoubtedly grew as from one extensive root that spread itself everywhere over Europe. We make these remarks in order to point out that the Aryan languages, so called, are in all probability ramifications of the original speech of Europe. And even if it were only possible that this is the case, the educated should turn their attention to the Celtic language. And while knowing their proof or disproof, the claims put in for its antiquity, we again turn to Max Muller, who interests us in the old household of the Aryans, that their words tell the story of their pastoral life, being a life of peace. The following table, principally taken from his comparative mythology, will sufficiently show. It is given because of the great authority of Max Muller. At the same time, it is to be regretted that he had not a better acquaintance with the Celtic language. Examples of words from which he gives in the paradigm, while other examples ready to his hand, and the equivalents of the very words he introduces for illustration, are left out. We have taken the liberty to insert them. All right, so here's an example of what he was talking about, the table. So I guess, you got the Sankris, the San Greek, Italian, Teutonic, Lithuanian, Slav, and Celtic here. All right, some examples so you guys can see it. Pause it. You guys want to go through it. The last word in the list, goose, was rendered by Max Muller, Ganra, signed by him, Gaelic, but it should have been as now inserted, geeth, geeth, the same as the Irish for goose. The only difference is that Max Muller makes a goose a gander in Saxon, Gaelic and Irish and other cognate tongues. Ganra is gander. The table of words is, however, very valuable as a contribution towards a proof of a primitive oneness of the Aryan languages and people. And if the Semitic glossaries are carefully examined, it will be found that there is not such an estrangement between them and the Aryan as is commonly supposed. All right, he's saying even maybe the Hebrew, all right? So, what is the mother tongue? We're talking about our Morukan. We give a few examples of words from the Chaldaic, Hebrew, and Irish. They, we hope, will be found sufficient to interest while explaining that these languages must have been radically the same. Those who haven't read through the list would still doubt this are respectfully asked to reconsider the question. divesting themselves as much as possible of preconception and the influences upon correct judgment that come of school. All right. So you got to empty your cup before you do that, so you can, just take in this new info and verify it. Let them remember that the principles of language are not universally accepted, nor is this to be wondered at when we come to perceive that man, of his vanity, would systematize tongues, hundreds of which are not even in their alphabets understood by him, to the Hebraist, but slightly acquainted with the Celtic archaeology and tongues, we can promise, if he gives adequate attention to them, that he will be relieved from much of the idle nonsense diffused by most philologists and grammarians. We find Max Muller in the preface to his Chips from German Workshop telling us that the principles that must guide the student of the science of language are now firmly established. We wonder what those principles are, for Max Muller has not discovered them to us, nor to, as far as we know, any of the numerous learned societies with which he is connected, all right, secret societies, he's connected. Perhaps what he means by the principles that must guide the student of the science of language is the exercise of a student's own good judgment, above being reduced by the awe so often created in his breast while contemplating the stupendous learning, the contents of all lexicons, all words disposed by grammar and registered on mind, required to unbury and bring into light, out of the infinite of speech, its first laws and elements. There is much work left for the ambitious. All right, so before ending this chapter, the author shows the table he was talking about. He's going to show some English, Irish, Chaldean, and Hebrew words. So between the Irish, Chaldee, and the Hebrew, you see there's some comparisons. So Irish and Chaldean, cab, it's the same thing. Cab, kadas in Hebrew, kadas, sanctuary from the Irish root kad. And then it says here, dal in Chaldean, dak from lak, the word lak is derived, lak, they serve in lak. Maidin or morning, Maidin or Medina, matin is probably from midnight, all right? And then you got mace, mirth, mahis, guardian angels, fairies, macy, messy, as strength, strength, guardian. Nos, custom, nos, nessa, experience, nos. You got ode, music, Arabic, ada, Spanish, loud, aloud. And then you got run. All right, so these are some examples of what they're talking about. Study, learning, ug, aga, probably from the Irish ug there, is derived from the word outdoor, which means the same thing, to study. Then we continue in the book Ireland, or Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes, 1873. And we're in chapter 3. Shinar is Europe. All right, remember Shinar is literally the same as summer, or the land of Samaria, right? Samaria, Shinar is Europe. Chapter 3. The way being now, to our mind, clear of the principal objections urged in support of a radical difference between the Aryan and Semitic languages, it becomes our task to show how the people of Shem, Ham, and Japhet may be traced in prehistoric Europe, and to point out that Shinar is ascertainable to have been Europe and Chaldea with Ur in its western quarter, all right? Listen to this, this is deep right here, all right? As before stated, Shinar, or summer, right, according to scripture interpreters, is the country round about Babylon, the great plain or alluvial country, watered by the Tigris and Euphrates. Shinar, round about Babylon, is an unmeaning as a presumed Hebrew etymology of the name to river, and has no reference to the land it is supposed to signify. It is slightly different when we interpret arts Shazdim, the name for Chaldea, remember, or Kasdim, remember, Chazdim or Kasdim, as the country or dry land of Chazdim. Nearly the same may be said of Aram Naharam, which we are told means Aram, between the rivers, and also of Mesopotamia. And as to the meaning of Chaldea, we are left entirely in the dark, Neither Chaldean nor Hebrew lexicon nor the learning and ingenuity of men have thrown satisfactory light upon it. All right. So we in our previous video, I mean, he's right. It goes back to Ur Kasim or Chastim as they're saying it here, right? And we don't know if that goes back to a person. We do know there's a person who's related to the sons of Shem, who progenitors of Assyrians, you know, a lot of these Babylonians, you know, we saw Chaldeans. He would be an usually bold spirit who would venture to settle the problem. That because Shinar, Chaldea, Aram Naharam, Mesopotamia have a like meaning, therefore they are all one place in the east, all right? So only because they had the same meaning, they're saying that was the same place. A Celtic etymology of for Shinar would be as near, perhaps nearer, the truth. All right, so what does Shinar mean in Celtic? All right, that's interesting. For instance, Shinar might mean in Irish, a tract of an old country. From Shin, old, and Ara, a tract of country. Ara, Aralan, Ura, Ara. This is not altogether an etymological venture to suit the present purpose. Proper consideration of the old European, Irish, British, and other Celtic remains will at least make us reject the explanation of the word through the Hebrew. Elam and Ashur are no doubt in that part of Asia. Now remember, Elam is a son of Shem. Ashur is a son of Shem. We verified this last time on the King James Version Bible. Ashur as the progenitor of the Assyrians, and Elam, these are both sons of Shem, right, is the progenitor of the Persians. Aram of the Aramites. So Aram, right, Aram, Lud, and the Lydians. But again, Elam and Ashur, no doubt in that part of Asia, now called Mesopotamia. The descendants of Nergal or Nimrod with their distinctive Cushite marks are there. But the sons of Shem, Arphaxad, all right, the sons of Arphaxad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Nahor, Terah, and the sons of Ham, Cush, Canaan, and Dedan are to be found with the Japhetians. Example, the Gomerians, right? Remember the Sumerians, the Gomerians, Magogians, the Ashkenazians, the Ashkenazis from Japhet, the Rifatians.
Hey, don't mention the Chazars.
And the Elishanians, the Elishan people, and those of Tarshish, and to have left particular traces of themselves in Great Britain and Ireland. In Armorica, and I remember I told you about Armorica. In Armorica, they're not talking about America, right? This is actually in a part of France, you know, region. It says in other parts of France, Armorica, where they spoke Armorican, which is related to the Gaelic, Armorica. In other parts of France, Armorica. And in Spain, indeed, throughout Europe, far more than are to be found in Asia. Therefore, Shinar, we must claim to be nothing less than Europe. The reader who follows us will, it is hoped, be assisted to decide in favor of the old Celtic Europe, which may be described as one gigantic archaic deposit in which antiquarians, ethnologists, and philologists are quarrying with the most hopeful results. The peoples and kingdoms referred to in the Bible and supposed by commentators to be in the East are actually to be found in the West. Listen to this. They are not to be found in the East or over there where they're talking about Middle East or Iraq. It shall be our efforts to show that not only the Celtic tongues and literatures, but the histories of distinct nations point all in the one direction, that the materials of modern science are daily contributing to the proof of prehistoric Europe being the seat of many places and people mentioned in Holy Writ. All right, prehistoric Europe. All right, it's all connecting, and it's connecting to ancient Amaruka over here. Trust me. All right, that's why we're learning this right now, and that's why I'm reading this, because it's about to get really deep. All right, we will strive to remove the anomaly that because there is a small district in Asia, less than Ireland, by 9,000 square miles, nearly surrounded by two rivers, that therefore Shinar, Chaldea, and Aram Naharam, Babylon, Mesopotamia, and a host of other important places must have been there, we will bring to bear more direct evidence in support of our position, which we hope our readers will remember is Shinar being Europe, all right? Europe is Shinar, or summer, Europe. could not possibly situate it round about a Babylon that was nearer an island, nor a part of one in the east. And we continue in the book Ireland, or Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes, 1873. And we're in chapter 4. It says here, Chaldea is in Western Europe, reference to the religion of the Chaldees. So here, the first Chaldean was Arphaxad. All right, remember we broke this down. Again, who's Arphaxad? Arphaxad is the son of Shem. Remember we in our last video, Josephus also stated that the Chaldeans were now called that, but they were actually descendants of Arphaxad or Arphaxadites, all right, because they come out of him, whether it's through Nahor, right, whether it's through Nahor, which became an ancestor of Abraham, which because Nahor had a son named Chesedek, right? We do know that in the Bible, but they're now telling us that Arphaxad might have had a son named Chesedek. So, you know, either or, they're both coming out of the same line of Arphaxad. It might be some confusion there that we're gonna solve, you know. But going back to what they're telling you again.
So I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. So, you know, in the biblical story, you know, Noah had three sons. One of them was Shem, right, with the Eber comes out of and Abraham, right? But the one that Eber comes out of is Arphaxad. So the Hebrews come out of Arphaxad. So when I'm saying Ashur is the son of Shem, and Elam is the son of Shem, and Aram, those are all different lines. They're not even the same line as where where Eber was coming from, but still, they're still Shem, right? So that's Shemitic, Semitic. All those nations are Semitic. So yeah, you can't. I mean, they're coming from Shem. You know, that's what the word is coming from, Semitic. You know, Shemitic, Shem. The first Chaldean was Arphaxad. Yeah.
The first Chaldean was Arphaxad. All right, the first Chaldean was Arphaxad. All right, this is the same progenitor of Eber. All right, the same progenitor of Abraham and all the Hebrews and Israelites. Arphaxad, this is the son of Shem. He was the first Chaldean. The religion of the early Chaldean shepherds must have been that of Noah and his sons. All right, the Chaldean religion, so-called, must have affected the Hebrew up to the time as well as after the sons of Noah became Chaldean and Hebrew. Megalithic altars and sacrifice by fire and prayer were signs of faith. The remains of the great Chaldean nation can be particularly distinguished in Great Britain and Ireland, and these remains have special reference to the religion of the Chaldean and the Hebrew. The signification of the word Calne, which was a place that the same as Calno of Chaldea, will assist to illustrate this. The first part of the word Calne or Cal is sometimes varied into Kyle or Gal and Seal, Gil, Gal, each of which mean in Irish to burn. It has no meaning in Hebrew more significant of fire. All right, now remember, Celtic was how Abraham in Arabic scripture went through the fire in Chaldea, went through the fire to burn. That's actually a Celtic word. This is deep correlation. This is another angle that this author's probably not even going to include, but all the Arab brothers know what I'm talking about. All right, and now the word Chaldu or Celtic is like Celtic. Oh, you know, sometimes my metonymy, the same word means a stone altar. A stone altar to burn. You got burned in a stone altar, which is sufficiently indicative of sacrifice by fire and smoke. Sacrifice by fire and smoke, just like Abraham went through in the Quran. Now, on the position we would establish as to the affinity of the Semitic and Aryan languages, the Hebrew nearly representing the one, as the Celtic may be said to almost represent the other. And because of their affinity, we will look into the Hebrew for the other portion of the word kalne. And accordingly, we discover that na or ne, as in Jeremiah 23, means a pleasant habitation or a house, ne. So a burning, pleasant place, huh? Karne, or an altar of stone that's sacrificed a pleasant place, or a house, as in Jeremiah 9, it says here 10, 25, 37, and in Psalms, and you guys can break that down. So the word kalne may be
83.
taken to signify
I think that's 83, right? Okay.
the house. Example, people who sacrifice by fire. People, the house, this discerning, these people who are sacrificed by fire. Or according to Gesenius, the ne or nai may come of Arabic and mean to shine, or denoting excellence, greatness, beauty. To say the word means to shine is not so figurative as what may be understood from the three words following it, for the reason that it nearly expresses the principal quality of kal, or fire, that is to burn. Kalne probably was the origin of the words Chaldea. If we take it apart from Art Chazdim, its name in Hebrew, we have only to account for the affix daea, and it becomes intelligible. Then it daea be interpreted as the beneficent or God of the Irish and not the generally understood. We will avoid much of the ridiculous uncertainty presented to us in the rendering of the word through the Hebrew. For instance, Chaldea is given by Calmet as daemons, or as robbers, or breast, or fields, from shed, shaded, shada, and ki. There is no doubt of the word having its proper meaning in the Irish, for is God in that language. So kal and daea mean the fire or altar of the God. The word kalne is still preserved in the present English as the name of a borough, market town, and parish, Kalne, in Wiltshire. All right, they still have the name there. We find that Kal is prefixed to many other names of places and families, such as Kaldar, north, south, east, and west, Calder, or Kader, the Calder stones near Liverpool, Calder Bridge, Calder Abbey, Cumberland, and the river known by that name in the same place. It is also found in the word Kirkcaldy, which may originally have meant a place of the church of the Chaldea.
All right. Chaldee, Kuldee, Chaldee, Chaldee, Chaldean, Chaldean, Kuldee, and Kuldian.
Beside Kalne, we have Akkad, right, or Akkadian. The Akkad of Genesis 10 is another of the beginnings of Nimrod's kingdom. That there are many places called Akkad on this side of Europe, we see once by referring to the topography of Ireland, where there are numerous names of ecclesiastical foundations compounded of this word, Akkadi, Dagon, Saint Dagon, and Waterford, like Dagon, like the Dogon people in Africa, Dagon, Dogon, like corn, that's corn, grain, and Waterford, Akkadur, Freshford, and Kilkenny, Akkad Garabing, and other names for Dungun, Waterford, Akkad Cawin, the gentle Akkad, and another name for Ancondri, Sligo, besides many others. The word is used more extensively in Ireland if we take it in its corrupted form of Agad, a field. Agerdruim is rendered the field of the Druid. The Orcuts or Orkneys, as they are now spelled, is another example of the word, which seems to point, however, strange it may appear, to the Okad or fair of the Arabs, the holy gathering for the singing of golden verses. We have in Okad and the Akkad the word Kad, which means in Celtic and Hebrew and Arabic, holy.
Okay.
Holy. The Akkad of Genesis, no doubt, refers to an Akkad that is to be found, not to an Akkad that has puzzled scholars determined to make an Eastern locus for it. And where should we look for Akkad but to the place that gives us so many examples of the name? Because Joktan, leading the Arabs over Europe, was contemporary with the Celtic-speaking people. All right, Joktan? And there was not time for Arabic to have taken the form of a distinct language. It wasn't there yet. So the Arab preserved many Celtic significations and many legends, customs, and religious rites. What is called Arab tradition is often corroborative of Celtic tradition as well as Old Testament history. Kader Idris to the Arab signifies the holy place of Enoch. That's correct. Did you know Idris was Enoch? And Muslim in the
Yep.
Quran?
Yep.
Strange this should be the name of a mountain in the Principality of Wales. Kader Idris, right? That's the name of the place. The Arab history of Ad and Tamud, Hud, Salah, those who dwelt at Al-Ras, and the inhabitants of the wood near Midian, is singularly enough drawn from traditions preserved in the verses of the Okkads, bearing an almost perfect resemblance to the triads of the Druids. The Okkads or holy fields suggest the idea of religious teaching. The Akkad of Genesis is not only one of the beginnings of Nimrod's kingdom, for from it, as an institution, arose the Akkadas of Ireland, the Okkads of Arabia, the academies of Greece. Academy, you hear that? That's so deep right here. How near this bears upon the Cadmus, who is said to have introduced letters into Greece, is better seen when we consider that the Phoenician alphabet had, like the Old Irish, but 16 letters. The Saxon Genesis, generally supposed to have been written by Cadman, should, we are inclined to think, be understood as simply the beginning.
So remember the other day we did the genealogy. We talked about Cadman and how he was one of the founders of one of these Greek nations and all that. So he's coming from, he's coming from the Exodus. He was an Israelite. All right. So look how it all Saxons, right? And the Saxons Genesis. Who's the Saxons? Sons of Isaac. Sons of Isaac, Saxons.
This will appear when it is remembered that Cadman is the initial word of the book of Genesis in the Chaldee paraphrase of Targum of Onkelos. Cadman or Kadmon, the B is merely prefix, which is a literal translation of Ra Bakshint in principio, the initial word of the original Hebrew text. It may be hardly necessary to observe that the Jews quote and call the first book of the Bible Bereshit. The books are denominated according to their initial letters. The Chaldaic Genesis, even to the present day, is quoted and called by the Jews Bikadmin. Bikadmin, as an adjective, may be translated Eastern, as it is from the root Kedim. Kedim, right? Remember Kedim, one of the sons, the East. A secondary meaning some of the words derived from this root have when they signify beginning or commencement, as much as to express that light, the sun, and day come from the East. And we continue in the book Ireland, or Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes from 1873. We're still in chapter 4. And it says here, the religion of Great Britain and Ireland was Druidism. And what was Druidism? The worship of one god by sacrifice on unhinged stone altars after the custom of Noah. So what is Druidism, right? It says here, the Druids preserved the religion of Noah. There were 3 orders of the Druids. They were called by their people Ek Draeth, which word is yet in the Celtic dialect. The Draeth being pronounced nearly the same as Druid, the Druid, all right? The Ur Bruides of the Irish, as may be gathered from Nennius and others, were the same as the Druids and Bards of the Welsh, all right? These were all the same people. The 3 orders were the High Priest, or Chief Druid, who wore white, the Bard, blue, the Ovati, green. Green was the holy color of the Okkad of the Arabs, and was carried by them in remembrance of Al-Ras and Irem, the country, according to the Quran. All right, listen to that. What? The Irem, or Ireland, Irem, Al-Ras and Irem, Al-Ras and Irem, Ireland, Irem, the country according to the Quran, from which they came. That's where they came from, Ireland.
So in the Quran, they literally were saying Ireland. You see that guy? Edom.
The bancors or stone circles were the places where the white priests assembled for sacrifice and song. The word bancor is made up of the Irish ban, and white, and kob, kora, a choir. So Ban is understood in the word Albion, signifying the land of the white cliffs. The ancient Britain, Ireland had a name with a similar meaning, Banba, the white mantles of their shepherd kings, who were priests, have been always held as signs of purity. Hence, the modern priests and the choristers are arrayed in white. The Chassidim or Asidain or Asadai, other names for the people of Chaldea, have given us a clue to the Essenians, no doubt the same as the Asidains, who it
Hmm.
will be shown were afterwards represented by the Chaldees.
Uh-oh.
The Essenians are given as Asdanim in Mach, says here
Okay.
7:13, Josephus, Philo, Pliny, and others
Who's the Essenians? Interesting.
commend the manner of living of the Essenians. After their captivity, the members of the Jewish church divided into Chassidim, who superadded the constitutions and traditions of their elders, and the Sadikim, or righteous, who observed only the written law of Moses. The Chassidim were the Chassidians or Asidians, the Hebrew Hef. The cha in English is expressed in Greek sometimes by an aspirate, in Latin by an h, or it may be that it is sometimes entirely omitted as in Asidaens. Let us now turn our attention to the erek or arak. Erek or arak, in Greek, pex or pex, pek, it is said to mean length or what lengthens otherwise health. Physic, from Areka, the supposed eastern city of Erek. Ptolemy places under the name Araka, near where the Tigris and Euphrates meet in Susiana. If the word is considered in connection with the Areka of Amianus, the place of the Arectine fields, abounding in naphtha, and as a consequence subject to take fire, we then refer its meaning to the first part of Arak or Erek, substituting for the Hebrew Ur or Ar, fire or light, Uruk. What are we forced to draw from this? Simply that Ur in Irish, as well as Kal, signifies that which burns, Ur, fire, Ur, that the Hebrew and Irish languages reciprocate many of their words is as true as that of the people who once spoke Hebrew had a common origin with those called Celts, first by the Greeks who were nearly innocent of who the Gadhals or Gauls were, all right, and were of their country. Even the time of Pythagoras, who nevertheless has acknowledged he was taught much of his philosophy by one of their country, the Druid Abaris. This fact has had the advantage of special authentication, and if we are to see anything in it, it is that there was a high state of civilization and learning in the land of Abaris, while the philosophy and learning of Greece was as yet unsystematized, right? So there's an older people here than these Greeks, right? And it's people only striving to know how to perpetuate their glory. The Gauls, the Gael, had one disadvantage in directly establishing in the minds of the Greeks the knowledge of his learning and civil greatness, and that was that his country was distant and without, as far as we judge, a rival nation to dispute its dominancy in the West. Whereas the growing ambition of Rome, situated near to Greece in her zenith, acted for a time to encourage her military and aggrandizing efforts until at last Greece was to an extent absorbed. But meantime, the Romans received the refining influence of her learning and arts and assisted more than can be correctly estimated to spread the knowledge of her greatness as their arms extended throughout the west of Europe. After a time, Christianity made its way, and the learning of the fathers, having had to operate more or less upon the pagan beliefs of Greece and Rome, while doing so, necessarily handed down to the modern biblicast and classicist the full growth of Greek and Roman insight and teaching, which of course included the little known of their origin. They didn't know. It never, as we have said before, entered the minds of the Greeks, nor did it enter the Roman mind, that the elements of their languages as well as their blood might be proved to have originated with a people in whose land are monuments as wonderful, as old as the Cyclopean structures of Greece and Rome, and whose religion, full of beauty, mystery, and philosophy, lingers yet in the mind and heart, not only of the Hebrew and the Catholic, but the Mahometan and the modern Greek. It will not require much to convince the impartial investigator that if Ur has the same meaning in Irish as in Hebrew, the word, as it was applied, must in some way be attached to whatever commemorates the old faith. We use it purposely in the singular of those people, and as our means of proving them as having been identical is forthcoming, we will for the present turn from erect to the place that has bewildered antiquarians and scholars in their search for it. We mean Ur, or Ur of the Chaldees. So we continue in the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes from 1873, and we're in chapter 5 now. And it says here, Ur of the Chaldees, reference to Ireland as Ur. Having we considered fully introduced the question that Chaldea was in the west of Europe, although we have only given our reasons, in part, for so placing it, it becomes necessary to refer here, in connection with Ur, to an old Bible personage of importance, the grandson of Arphaxad, Eber, or Heber, all right? Now remember, we all know who Eber, supposedly all the Hebrews come out of Eber, Heberu, he who separated himself, and a descendant of Arphaxad, again, Arphaxad. There is found in Irish tradition a Heber whose name was given to Ireland, Eber, and which is to be perceived in the word Eber. Whether the Bible Eber or Heber and the Hebrew of Irish history may be the same does not concern us so much as the fact that Ireland has preserved to the present time more distinct marks of the ancient Ur that can be pointed to in any other country, whether or Asia or Europe. All right, he's letting you know that there's more correlations found in Ireland than in any other country, whether that's in Asia or Europe, of ancient Ur. It's found more in Ireland. Besides Ireland having had once the name of Hibernia from Eber, there are names derived of Heber in England and Scotland. In Scotland, the Hebrides; in England, the old name of York, Eboricum or Hebericum. It may appear as the argument unfolds itself that the balance of proof will rest on the side of the Irish Heber having been a veritable Hebrew. A stronghold of the Hebrew was Iberia, a name under which Spain was once known. A great deal of the mystery that surrounds Hebrew may be cleared away when we remember our teaching that the scripture Hebrew was Chaldean first and then Hebrew, and afterwards Israelite, and that it is recorded that Milesius, the father of Heber of Ireland, came with his son out of Iberia into Ireland. Iberia and Tarshish are acknowledged by most of our recent Bible commentators to be one place, and that is Spain. All right, you see that? It is told to us, all right, in this Bible verse right here, we Psalms, in the prayer of David for his son Solomon, that the kings of Tarshish and of the Isles shall bring presents. There is good testimony in this of the prosperity of Iberia. We think the position of Tarshish out of the east brings many other supposed eastern places with it westward. The allusion to the kings of the isles of the sea carries also significance, probably meaning the British Isles. All right, that's the British Isles. They're letting you know the isles of the sea, remains of the old Iberian Spain.
So the isles of the sea reference in the Bible comes up a lot. And what he's saying is that's always been the British Isles, the Isles of the Sea, depending on the place they were talking about, which is being correlated to this region, the Iberian region and all the way up to the British Isles.
May be said to be present in the designation of Celtiberia and no doubt Galatia. All right. Remember Portugal, the Gauls, the port of the Gauls, Galatia, Celtiberia or Iberia. Continuing says, whether we can reconcile the two Hebrews to have been one and the same person is, as we have said before, of little consequence in considering Ur of the Chaldees, Ireland. The first mention made of Ur is in Genesis, says here 11:28, and Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity and Ur of the Chaldees. The next reference is in 31st verse of the same chapter as follows. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. All right, so literally they're letting you know that Bible verse that they're telling you straight up that Abraham was in Chaldea or Ur, right? And then he ended up in Canaan. So he was coming out of Ur, right? It is to be understood that we interpret the foregoing passages as meaning that Terah belonged to Ur as we place it and went eastward to Canaan. The district called Haran no doubt received this name through Terah in remembrance of his son Haran, who died in Ur. It is possible that there was a country or district of Haran in Ireland at that time of Terah's departure, or subsequently, for there are names of places there and near there that have withstood the wear and tear of time and remind us of Haran. They will be alluded to in another place. When Eber entered Ireland, he was welcomed by the company of druids and ladies of the race and name of Lugaid or Lud, all right, the brother of Arphishad, all right? So who was these druids? Of the race and name of Lugad or Lud, I remember Shem. He had a son named Lud, all right? So these same Lud became Lydians eventually, Lydians. But we're seeing here, there are also some of these ancient druids that were there, all right?
Okay, so not all Druids are from one nation, like saying all Druids are from Japhet. Druid just people practicing this type of, belief, magic, rituals.
And brother of Arphashad, all right? A brother of Arphashad. So this wouldn't be a Chaldean when we're talking about a descendant of Arphashad, right? So these are not Chaldeans, these Druids from Lud, all right? The Ludites are described in Nennius as a great rolling wave, and their descendants are known in the British Islands by the comparatively modern names of Lloyd, all right, Lloyd, Luard, and Ludon in Wales and Ireland, all right, again from Lud, who's also a descendant of Shem, a son of Shem, but not the same line of the Hebrews, because that was from Arphashad. All right, still related. MacLeod, all right, MacLeod, or Sons of Lud in Scotland. This race of Lud extended over a considerable portion of Western Europe.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying what basically I'm reading right now is literally Shem, many sons of Shem, which would be Shemitic, but not all are going down Arphashad, which eventually is the grandfather of Eber. Okay, that's through Arphaxad, not through the other sons. So Lud, progenitor, or that's where they get the name of London. All right, as they're saying, as we're reading here.
The old name of lions was Lugdunum, all right? Lugdunensis, that of Normandy, Mainlud, near Loch Maria Ker in Armorica. Armorica is a place that is remarkable for its megalithic remains, sculptured with the same kind of characters found on stones in several parts of Ireland. Then we have Ludlow, Ludwig, Ludborough, Ludenfoot, Ludgate, and the old name for the city of London, Carlude. Carlude, city of London, comes from what? Lud. All right, a son of Shem from Lud. All right, you guys overstanding that? All right, empty your cup, which is that of one of the three seats of the arch druids of Britain. And it says here in the footnote, Carlude was London, Card Evroc, York, and Card Leon, which yet retains its name, is in Monmouthshire. It says, perhaps one of the oldest customs on record is the annual tribute to Her Majesty the Queen of 20 pounds in gold from Aberfru, Anglicia, levied by Lud. All right, levied by who? Lud, who is said to have been the arch druid or the king and founder of London. Lud, the founder of London. In the footnote, it says about 1008 years BC, all right, the city of London, it is recorded by Geoffrey of Monmouth and others, was rebuilt and renamed Lud after the destruction of Caer Troite, which is supposed by some to have been built on the site of the present London. All right, this is some drop right here. Although the account is interesting, we can only give it here in an abbreviated form. The King of London shall be entitled to 3 tributes: a tribute of gold from Aberfru, amounting to 20 pounds, a tribute in honey from Dinevor, amounted to 4 tons, and a tribute of oatmeal from Powys Winya, 4 tons. All right? It is not known to us when the tribute of honey from Dinevor was discontinued, nor when the oatmeal from Powys Winya ceased to be carried to London. But this we can say that even as late as last year, the tribute of gold was collected by Her Majesty's agent of Woods and Forests, now residing at Carnarvon. All right. So remember, this was written in 1873. She was still taking the gold. They're like, hey, they didn't get rid of that. They still taking the gold. All right. The Dinevor above referred to is still in existence and no doubt can be identified as the Din Haba of Genesis 36, 22, and Chronicles 1:43. If Ireland was Ur, we must show some analogy between its druidical religion and that of Genesis. First, then, in order to clear the way for the introduction of more detailed matter illustrative of the people, antiquities, and literature of Ireland and its primitive faith, we present to our readers' judgment a view of what is written about the principal, at least the most conspicuous monuments of Ireland and their connection with pre-Christian belief. There we mean the round towers. The substance of what is taught about these towers is that they may be African or Phoenician towers, or towers of Persian or Chaldean magi. I remember Persians come from Elam, sons of Shem, and remember Chaldean is just from Arphaxad, also sons of Shem. All right, magi or magician astrologers, right? That is to say, they may have been towers for celestial observation, sorcerers' towers, fire towers of a restored Zoroastrian faith, or they may have been, according to the incredulous patriot, structures erected by the side of Christian churches. We give a passage from the learned Dr. Lanigan, who, although quoted by Patriot, with great respect, is left steering a safe middle course between Mr. Petrie's skepticism and General Valenci's fanciful learning. Dr. Lanigan says the great similarity of those towers in the interior of Hindustan to our Irish round towers has convinced me that this mode of architecture was introduced into Ireland in the times of paganism. The pattern from which the construction of our towers was imitated were most probably the first temples of the Persians and others who followed the magician religion as reformed by Zerdusht, or as he is usually called, Zoroastris. All right, Zoroastris. All right, the Persians. Remember, the Persians are descendants of Elam. Elam is a son of Shem. Let's go back to the chart again. Elam. Let's go zoom in. Elam, son of Shem. All right, the progenitor of the Persians. You see, and also Cyrus, Ahasuerus, who goes Xerxes. All right, Xerxes. Who's Xerxes? All right, remember. Who's these people? Darius, again, connecting to Zoroastris. Those temples were usually round, and some of them were raised to a great height. That fire was in a pagan times an object of worship, or at least great veneration in Ireland. All right, and particularly the sun, which was considered the greatest of all fires, is an indubitable fact. Now, the lower part of an Irish round tower might have answered very well for a temple, that is, a place in which was an altar, on which the sacred fire was preserved, while the middle floors could have served as habitations for the persons employed in watching it. The highest part of the tower was an observatory, intended for celestial observations, and I think evidently appears from the four windows being placed directly opposite the four cardinal points. The veneration in which the pagan Irish held the heavenly bodies, and especially the sun, must have led them to apply to astronomical pursuits, which were necessary also for determining the length of their years, the solstitial and equinoctial times, and the precise periods of their annual festivals. I find it stated that the doors of most of these towers face the west. If this be correct, it will add an argument to show that they contain fire temples for the magicians. Always advance from the west side to worship the fire, to worship the fire. According to this hypothesis, the round towers existed in Ireland before churches were built. I see no reason to deny that they did, and the particular style of their construction shows that they are very ancient. But then it is said, how does it happen that they are usually found near old churches? In the first place, this is not universally true. Secondly, it is to be observed that these towers used to be built in towns or villages of some note, such in fact as required churches in Christian times. Thus, wherever there was a round tower, a church was afterwards erected, but not vice versa. Whereas there were thousands of churches in Ireland without any such towers in the vicinity of them. Thirdly, there was a prudential motive for the teachers of Christian faith to build churches near the site of the round towers, that they might thereby attract their new converts to worship the true God in the very places where they had been in the practice of worshiping the sun and fire. It may be that some of those towers were built after the establishment of Christianity in Ireland for penitential purposes, as already alluded to, although I have some doubts about it. But I think it can scarcely be doubted that the original models according to which they were constructed belonged to the times of paganism, and that the singular style of architecture which we observe in them was brought from the East, between which and this country it is certain that there was an intercourse at a very ancient period of time. There can be no doubt that the towers in the interior of Hindustan bear more than a striking likeness to those remaining in Ireland. These resemblances are to be found in such great quantities in the latter place that it is impossible but to believe Ireland was the center from which a great deal of the religion of Buddha or developed. Buddha. This will not appear strange when we consider, in connection with the point, that many of the saints of Ireland bear Aryan and Semitic names. So thus we have Saint Dagon, which is Dagon, the god of the Philistines. And remember, we got Dagon, or in Africa, the Dagon people, right? And in Celtic, Saint Dagon.
Philistines are, I believe, Hamites, if I'm not mistaken.
We got Saint Moloch, the idol Moloch. All right, look, it's the same thing. All right, it's the same thing. Saint Diul, or devil in Irish, Diul. Saint Satan, Satan the destroyer. Saint Cronon, or Kronos the Titan. Saint Vulcan, the Vulcan of mythology, Vulcan, that's from the Mayas, right? Saint Ciaran, or Chiron the centaur. Saint Nisan, or Nessus the centaur. Saint Declan, or Declan, the god of generation, Irish. Saint Luan, or Luan, the moon, Luan, remember Luan, the moon? You got that some, I believe, also in the Malachi York teachings. Saint Dererka, the Dyred Irsi, the oak of the ark. Saint Dermaid, or Dermaidi, the branch of the oak. Kenny says of these names, and referring to many others that could be quoted here, did our space permit, in my opinion, all these names can be traced to heathen derivations, and there are many besides which are only Latinized modifications. Much of the ancient literature of Ireland was destroyed by early Christians, all right? Christians, remember what they did in America too, these so-called Christians. And it says in the footnote, real quick, I came to it, it says St. Patrick caused more than 180 volumes of ancient Irish theology to be burned.
Uh-oh.
All right, what were they really burning? You see,
Uh-oh.
What were they really burning? The St. Patrick, same guy who also kicked out the so-called snakes, right? They found it necessary in many cases to preserve to the Christianized Irish the names of many of the gods and heroes of their forefathers. If not, how are we to account for the inheritance of such names of saints as given above? But there are hundreds of the kind peculiar to Ireland. We must agree with Dr. Lanigan that the pagan Irish venerated the sun and heavenly bodies so much that they must have been well practiced in astronomical pursuits, and so determined the length of their years, the solstitial and equinoctial times, and the exact periods of their annual festivals. As to there having been intercourses between the East and Ireland at a very ancient period of time, there cannot be the slightest doubt but that the patterns of the towers were brought from the East westward through Europe and into Ireland is more than we are prepared to believe on the authority of those who have preferred to find the birth of archaism anywhere but in Europe. Why are there not among the hundreds of millions of people of the East who should be supposed to have preserved some such fire towers, monuments of their primitive faith? Such reminders of it are to be found in Ireland. The thousands of miles of country and continent they traveled over in Europe and Asia must have to an extent dissipated their original belief, just as the new context they experienced must have exercised their intelligence, accelerated by different temperatures, exigencies of living. To the unprejudiced scholar and thinker, not necessarily the man who has studied the languages, antiquities, comparative mythology of Europe, the Celt has left an eternal register of his occupancy there, corresponding beyond doubt with the Shinar of the Bible, and consequently the Chaldea and Ur of that book, all right, the Celt, all right? Beside the numerous round towers of Ireland, there are quantities of stone remains there that must have originated with the people of Genesis. These stone remains have often particular reference to the Assyrian and Egyptian periods, and will be found to have great value in showing how Christianity has retained, often without our knowing, many of the emblems and forms of faith distinctly traceable to a prehistoric but certain Aryan and Semitic and Hamitic source, just as the Irish language has the equivalents of hundreds of its words in Sanskrit, Hebrew, Arabic, and other languages until lately believed to have had no affinity with one another. And of course, no affinity with Irish. All right, they still teach us that. In like manner, they would have been thought dreamers who, in a less enlightened age than the present, proposed to show that the origin of many of the Ninevite, Babylonian, and Egyptian monuments is referable to Western Europe. All right, Western Europe. Brian Keane, Hislop, and others called the early stone remains of Europe Kushite, but they may be proven to have had their origin principally with the posterity of Shem and Japhet. Shem and Japhet in Western Europe, all right, who must have been the first inhabitants of Europe, as not only their monuments testify, but the names thereof places and people to the present day. Many architectural stone ornaments of Nineveh, India, and Egypt, even in some cases the ancient American architectural stone ornaments, have in some cases exact resemblance to those found in Ireland. All right, even the ones in America, Ireland. The symbols of the archaic kings, prophets, and priests were, as a matter of course, remembered by the people and reproduced by them wherever they went. This will account for modification in form as it does for the relationship of the symbols. Noah, for instance, was recollected in connection with the deluge, and consequently after a time was venerated as the fish god Dagon.
Uh-oh.
You hear?
So who's Dagon in some of the ancient cultures? Why? And doesn't it make sense? How they turned real people into deities. We've gone over this many, 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 many times. These mythology, these deities, a lot of the times have real stories and real people behind them.
Hearing that? Under the form of a fish, to be found on the cave and other stones of Scotland and Ireland, says resembling the Dagon of the Philistines and Babylonians. All right, so Saint Dagon, remember? This symbol is also to be found in Egypt and in China. Perhaps of all the symbols that go to show an intimate connection between the Celt, the Hebrew, the Chaldean, none is more ancient and at the same time truthful than the cross, all right? The cross, commonly supposed to have taken its significance from Calvary. Remember, there is a Celtic cross, right? That this notion is erroneous, the next few pages will show. All right, so before we leave today, I just wanted to read real quick from this book. We're going to get into this book a lot. All right, both volumes. I've been holding these books too for a while.
So we've gone over this book right here in a lot of videos, just excerpts. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna read through these both volumes, every chapter, like we're gonna pull out the babies and dodge the hijack like always, like we're doing in this book, right? So just showing a little bit of correlation here. Let's go.
And this one's called Ancient and Modern Britons. This is volume 1. A lot of you guys already know this. This is written by David McRitchie. All right, Ancient and Modern Britons. And just to correlate, we're in chapter 2 real quick. It says here the Jews, the Phoenicians, and the Chaldees are all stated to have visited our islands at various periods and perhaps to have colonized them. They're talking about the British Islands. All right, that includes Ireland. All right, they're saying Chaldees went there, but he, is deeper than that. It is the delight of one school of Gaelic writers to discover many affinities between the Hebrew and Gaelic tongues, and assuredly to a mere layman these resemblances seem distinct and unmistakable. The Irish name for the golden gorget of the Druids, the Jarhan Morain or Tarhan Morain is identical with the Chaldean name for Urim or Tumim. In short, continues Governor Pownall, Early Irish Antiquities, Archaeologia, Volume 7, my friend the Rabbi Haydek will have it that none but Jews or Chaldees, all right, none but Jews or Chaldees or the people of Shem or Chaldeans could have brought the name and the thing to Ireland. All right, the name Ireland, Chaldees,
Okay.
Ireland, to mean Jadhan Morain. All right, when
So this is a whole other book, right? Telling us what we're reading in the other book. Two different people from two different time periods.
Martin visited the island of St. Kilda last century, he made the statement that the ancient Hebrew measure of omer and cubit continues to be used in this isle. And whatever the fact may be worth, the emblem known as Solomon's seal has been found by Scottish antiquaries upon many a sculptured stone. There seems little doubt that the Phoenicians, at any rate, were here. They indeed appear to have been as great navigators.
So-called Phoenicians, right? Sea peoples. And these sea peoples included a lot of Israelites, a lot of different people, actually. So we broke this down a lot, especially the Danites, videos and a lot of that. I have a video, Phoenicians coming out of so-called Atlantis. Check that one out too.
As the British ever were, they are said to have crossed the Atlantic and planted a settlement in Florida, all right? Or were they actually coming from Florida? Again, just wanted to correlate real quick. Again, none but the Jews or Chaldees could have brought the name and the thing to Ireland. Chaldean, Ireland, another source, more correlation. When we really start researching, it's actually all over the place. We're not done with the investigation. Again, this is just part one. We're going to continue. All right, I'll see you soon. To be continued.
Haha.
Wow.
Yeah.
As late as this is like, and little by little we pulled the babies out of all these books.
Hold on, guys. All right, so we're gonna watch part two. This is actually a series I have, gone over. That's what we're doing today. We're trying to go over, uh, you know, the all 13 chapters, so we can be able to read the last chapter tomorrow or the next day. A lot of good information, and I didn't want to just come out of nowhere and read the last chapter after it's been so long that we talked about this. So here we go. This is a really good one. I mean, look at this image right here. Just you know, so this X, right? You've seen this X in many flags, right? You've seen this X symbol, and all over the place, right?
All right, so today we're going to begin with this book, just to correlate, the information, get another source, kind of saying the same thing. And little by little, we pulled the babies out of all these books. This book's called Phoenician Origin of Britons, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons by L.A. Waddell. This is another book I had, saved up for the last 4 years. And shout out to Big Judah. Yeah, there's a time for everything, so we got to gain a full understanding, because I could just read these books, just to make videos, but it wouldn't have meant nothing to me if I didn't know what I was reading. So
Exactly.
I think that we're all at a point where we can, like, we know the history of America, and we can start going into other lands and stuff, and other peoples and nations. And I like history in general. It's not just about ancient American history. I like history in general. It always interests me. So again, this some great drop in this book. We're gonna actually get into this book a lot more in future videos.
Yeah, so I plan to read this completely too, guys. We gotta just keep pulling it all out. Eventually, we're gonna put all the pieces together. You're gonna see a bigger story. You're gonna see the story play out. Even with the false chronologies and everything, you'll be able to discern all that.
Right, because we're getting into all this, right? And remember, so-called Phoenicians, right, the sea people, and we've correlated a lot of the time that a lot of that these Phoenicians most likely were coming from ancient America, or Canaan, the real Canaan, because that's what it says biblically, right? They were coming out of Canaan,
Canaan was in America, the promised land. All right. Great drop. We're going to go to a specific chapter in this book that correlates with what we're learning. So again, this is the Phoenician origin of Britain, Scots and Anglo-Saxons, discovered by Phoenician and Sumerian inscriptions in Britain, by pre-Roman Britain coins and mass of new history. All right. Again, what? Sumerian, the Shinar, summer. Shinar, remember where was Shinar? Europe, British
Yep.
Isles. Chaldea being Ireland, the capital, the city, Ur. All right, you see what they're finding here? This is again by L.A. Waddell. He's a fellow of a Royal Anthropological Institute, Linnean and Folklore Societies, honorable correspondent, Indian Archaeological Survey, ex-professor of Tibetan and London University. All right. And the thing is, we don't go off just one person. You got to understand that these people have sources. So you're talking about, well, you're not going to believe this guy. It's not about believing this guy. He has sources. You have footnotes. Go verify the sources.
Exactly.
All right. This was written in 1924. Just want to show you this image, which is almost right in the beginning of this book. And it says here, Aryan Phoenician inscriptions. Just like we read in the last video, right, in that book, Ur of Chaldees, how I was saying that it seems that all these languages go back to at least two specific main languages, which was Aryan and Semitic, right, or Shemitic. Semitic, Aryan, Phoenician. Phoenician is Paleo-Hebrew, which is Shemitic. Inscriptions on Newton stone of part Tolon, king of the Scots, about 400 BC, calling himself Briton, Hittite, and Phoenician. All right, that's there. That's right there. You see, that's historical, archaeological. That's there. You can't explain that away.
So again, this is what same thing they're finding in the Americas. All these inscriptions, so-called Phoenician, and the the most interesting thing about it is that in America, there's it's a more classic, archaic form of these writings, inscriptions, and the epigraphical professors and experts they'll tell you that this is more ancient, this is more old, this is a more classic version of what we're finding in the Iberian Peninsula and Ireland and all these places.
All right, so we're going to be reading from chapter 12 of this book. All right, again, we skipped a lot of chapters. We're going to go into all those chapters most likely. A lot of good drop. This is what's correlating with us. And just want to show you what it says here. It says, who were the Celts, properly so called? Disclose an identity of early British Celts or Celts and Chaldees or Chaldees with the Chaldees of Van and the Picts. Now Chaldees, right? Chaldees, switch to the K for a C. You got Chaldees too, or you can say Chaldees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Ur of the Chaldees. Celts are called Chaldees or Chaldees.
Come
But
on.
before we go into,
I mean, that's just a major. I mean, if you don't see the that's not a coincidence. So you know you can switch K's to C's, right, guys? You know that. So you can say Chaldees or Chaldees, and that's the ancient name of the Celts or Chaldees, Chaldees, Chaldees. Come on.
chapter 12, on the previous chapter, just said something at the end, which was going into this chapter, and I just want to read that. It says here, and this is talking about Picts arriving in Albion and Stone Age, right? So the Picts, right? Who was the ancient Picts of Scotland? It says in Cornwall, the prehistoric worlds of pierced stone called pixies, grindstones, and presumably amulets are also called snake stones. This serpent cult character of the Picts, the serpent, right? The serpents would explain the prevalence of human sacrifice amongst the Druid priests of the Aborigines who were of this lunar matriarch's cult. All right, so dodge the hijack. And also the historical notices of the existence of cannibalism amongst the barbarian tribes of Caledonia, the Chaldeans or Caledonians, as late as the time of Saint Jerome, 4th century AD, as well as the traditional immolation of a victim by Saint Columba, and founding his first church at Iona for the Chaldees or Picts. Chaldees? So the Picts were called Chaldees. Add an H right here between the C and the U, you get Chaldees or Chaldees, right? All right, am I reaching? Let's see. It thus transpires by the new evidence that the Picts
were the primitive, small-statured, prehistoric aborigines of Albion or Britain with a riverbed type of skulls. They were presumably a branch of the primitive, small-statured, narrow-browed, and long-headed dark race of matriarchous serpent-worshipping cave dwellers of the Van Lake region, the Van, Biani, Fen, or Chaldees, or primitive Chaldees. You see that? Primitive Chaldees, the
Uh-oh.
Chaldean people, who? The Celts, these pigs.
Uh-oh.
We're not even to the Celts yet, but these pigs, a part of them, a dark race. Remember what source we're in, right? We weren't expecting this, but they're letting us know these so-called indigenous, aboriginal, prehistoric people, right, were a dark race of matriarchies, serpent worshiping, they call it, Dash the hijack. But they were a primitive Chaldees, Chaldees or Chaldees or Caledons, Chaldean, Chaldees, Ur of the Chaldees. Again, you know, we're reading this book, Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees, which we're going to get into some more chapters later on. All right, let's go back. Chaldees and the Chaldees or Chaldees, as you can see here. Chaldees, right? Chaldees, Chaldees or Caledons, who in early prehistoric times in the Old Stone Age sent off from this central hive swarm after swarm of hunger marchers under matriarchs westward across Asia Minor to Europe, as far as Iberia and the Biscay region after the retreating ice. All right, so this is their story. What was interesting, you know, when I was reading that, is how they literally just said Chaldees, right? And they're talking about these pigs, the Chaldees. All right, so again, this is chapter 12. Who were the Celts, properly so called? The Chaldees, the Chaldees, Chaldees, remember? And the pigs. It says here, rightly to elicit the real racial agency by which uncivilized ancient Britain became Aryanized in language, high culture, and civilized institutions in the pre-Roman period, it is still necessary for us to re-examine and strive to solve the vexed question of the Celts, for the existing confusion in the use of this term forms one of the greatest obstacles to clear thinking on the subject as cited in the heading, and this gross confusion has been a chief cause by the delay hitherto in solving the origin of the Britons and the Aryan question in Britain. At the outset, we are confronted by the paradox that, while philologists and popular writers generally in this country assume that the Celts were Aryans in race as well as in language, and were the parents of the Britons or Britons and the Scots and Irish, notwithstanding that the early Britons are also called non-Aryan, pre-Celtic aborigines. On the other hand, scientific anthropologists and classic historians have proved that the Celts of history were non-Aryan, round-headed, darkish, small-statured race, all right? Dark,
Dark.
swarthy-eyed, of South Germany and Switzerland, and that the Celts properly so-called are totally lacking in the British Isles. So they got that from this one guy, right? Let's check the footnote. Thus, to speak, as is so commonly done, of Celtic ancestry, the Celtic temperament and Celtic fire amongst any section of the natives of these islands is, according to anthropologists, merely imaginary. The term Celt or Celt is entirely unknown as the designation of any race or racial element or language in the British Isles, all right? Pay attention to that. Until arbitrarily introduced there a few generations ago. They just introduced these words. Nor does the name even exist in the so-called Celtic languages, the Gaelic, Welsh, and Irish. It is
Remember, just like the Olmec, just like a lot of tribes, just like the Celts, what did the people call themselves, not what others call them? All tags. It became a generalized term, right? But it's just like anything else. That's what they're saying right here.
is, on the contrary, the classic Greek and Latin title of a totally different race, of a totally different physical type from that of the British Isles. All right, you see that? They're saying that the Greeks and Latin actually is the ones that use that word and actually named that to a different type of people, not the same original people we're talking about. And that word was only introduced there by unscientific philologists and ethnologists some decades ago. The Celts or Celts first appear in history under that name in the pages of Herodotus, right, by the Greeks. They're saying 480 to 408 BC. He calls them Celtoi and locates them on the continent of Western Europe. He says, for the Eastern Danube, beginning from the Celtoi, divides Europe in its course, but the Celtoi of Gaul are beyond the Pillars of Hercules and border on the territories of the Cunesi Oi or the Cunet Oi, supposed to be Finisterre, who lived the furthest to the west of all the peoples of Europe. Strabo, writing in a few decades after Caesar's epic, gives further details regarding the ancient Greek formation on the Celts, whom he calls Celtai. He says the ancient Greeks, afterwards becoming acquainted with those natives towards the west, styled them Celtai, Celts, and Iberian or Iberians, right? Iberians, sometimes compounding the names into Celti Iberian or Celti Iberian or Celtocitian, thus ignorantly uniting various distinct nations. You see, they were grouping mad people together, is what they're letting you know that these Greeks and Latins were actually doing. So that's why there is some confusion as who the Celts or Celts were. Again, the original people never called themselves that, and it's not even part of their language. It says no true Celts in British Isles. It says, continues, says Strabo habitually uses the term Celtica or land of the Celts for Gaul, which corresponded generally to modern France, including Switzerland, and defines it as thus. So Strabo says Celtica is bounded on the southwest by the mountains of the Pyrenees of southern France, which extended to either sea, both the Mediterranean and the ocean, on the east by the Rhine, on the north by the ocean from the northwestern extremity of the Pyrenees to the mouth of the Rhine, on the south by the Sea of Marseilles, and by the Alps from Liguria, Genoa, to the sources of the Rhine. He excludes Iberia or Spain, Portugal from Celtica, noting that Pyrenees chain divides Celtica from Iberia. But he adds, a forest extends the size of Celtica too far, including within it what we would designate as Iberia, as far as Gates, Genoa, and Piedmont on the Italian side of the Alps, whose people, he says, were named by the Greeks Celto-Liguus or Celto-Ligurian. It is also noteworthy that he calls the inhabitants of Celtica or Gaul not only Celtai, but also them and their land repeatedly Galatic, or variants of Galatia, Celt, and he includes the Belgi as Celts. But Strabo, like Caesar and all other Greco-Roman writers, without exception, expressly excludes Britain from Celtica, or the land of the Celts. Thus he writes, it's Britain's longest side lies parallel to Celtica, Gaul, and he emphasizes the difference between the physical appearance of the inhabitants of Britain and the Celts or Celts of Gaul, describing the latter, the Celts, as a short-statured race with light yellow hair. Remember, the short-statured race was dark, even though they had light yellow hair. They were dark-skinned. Just like picture the Southeast Malaysians, right? Caesar also, in the well-known opening paragraph in his commentaries, whilst affirming the identity of the Celtai or Celts with the Galli or Gauls, restricts the title Celt to mid-Gaul west of the Seine, that is to Old Brittany, with Armorica, the Loire Valley, and Switzerland. He says, all Gaul, or Gallia, is divided into three parts, one of which the Belgi inhabit, the Aquitani another, those who in their own language are called Celts or Celtae, and ours Gauls or Galli the third. And neither Caesar nor Tacitus nor any other of the Greeks or Roman historians or writers ever referred to the Celts or Celts as inhabitants of Britain or of Hibernia. All right, you hear that? In British history and literature, the first mention of Celts appears to be in 1607 in an incidental reference to the Celts not in Britain but in France, and again in 1656 in Blunt's Glossography, which defines Celt, one born in Gaul, and again in 1782 contrasting the British with the Celts in Gaul in the sentence, the obstinate war between the insular Britons and the continental Celts, but all of these references are unequivocally to the Celts in France and not in Britain. The older philologists were thus mainly responsible for this arbitrary extension of the name Celtic in a racial sense to the earlier inhabitants of the British Isles. The confusion arose through the popular misconception that because a people spoke a dialect of the same group of languages, they were necessarily of the same race. The confusion began with the observation by the French philologists that the language of the Celts in Brittany, or Mid-Gaul or Celtic speech, as it was naturally called by them, was essentially similar in structure to that of the Brythonic or Cymri speech of the Welsh, the Cymri, right? The Gomori, the Cymri, Cimmerians, right? To that of the Brythonic or Cymri speech of the Welsh in the Breton of Brittany and Gaul. This Brythonic language was then presumed to be a branch of the Celtic of Gaul and the term Celtic applied to it. All right, so you hear how they were mixing all this stuff. We got a little confused, like, and that they're talking about that video we made about the Sumerians and how they were related to some of the Gaul and Celtics. And this is one way they were mixing languages and people were speaking their language. And so they were mixing their race with them. And a lot of them weren't really Sumeri, they were just really speaking Celtic dialects. So they were all being put under Celt because these Brittonic languages, these ancient Britons, right? Again, it says here it was then presumed to be a branch of the Celtic or Gaul, and the term Celtic applied to it and then extended in a racial sense to the Welsh people who spoke it. Similarly, the Gaelic or Gaelic speech of the Irish and the Scottish Highlanders was also found to have affinity with the Gaelic and Welsh, or Celtic in parentheses, and all the people speaking those languages were also dubbed Celts. You hear what they're pointing out here, which is something I'm understanding now. All right, so I'm glad I read this. All right, a lot of there was an ancient language there that got confused with Celtic. Because these people spoke this language, they were considered Celts, but they weren't really Celts. Remember, that word is not even part of their language. Summer, so many different nations, so they had different names. They didn't call themselves that. The linguistic affinities on which this racial kinship was assumed were tabulated in two groups by Dr. Latham in 1841, based on the classification by Pritchard and C. Mayer, and this still remains the recognized classification of the Celtic dialects, of which the Gaelic is considered to be the more primitive and older, right? So the Gaelic is the oldest of the supposed Celtic dialects. Again, and they're letting us know right here in this chapter that they actually grabbed that old Gaelic and they named it or dubbed it Celtic, and it really wasn't. So right here it gives us a table. It says Celtic group of languages. It says uh, 1 and 2, so Gaelic or Cymric, and then Gaelic or Erse. So we got the Cymric or Welsh, number 2 Cornish, now extinct, and then 3 Armorican or Breton, Celtic proper. Then
Of
over here, and
accent,
it
mate.
says under the Gaelic or Erse is the Finnic or Erse or Irish, and then number 2 Gaelic or Highland Scottish. We're gonna get into all these nations and languages, try to understand it a lot better. So continuing, it says, still further had the Celtic theory grown apace. This so-called Celtic race was also called Aryan in race, when it was observed that their language was akin to the languages which had latterly been classed as Aryan. This essentially racial title of Aryan had been introduced into English and other European languages by the discovery in 1794 by the erudite Sir William Jones, the Chief Justice of Calcutta, that the Sanskrit language of the ancient Hindus who called themselves Arya was radically and structurally of the same type as the old Persian, Greek, Latin, Celtic, English, and German or Teutonic languages of Europe, and that the culture and mythology of the ancient Hindus were essentially analogous to that ancient Greece and Rome and of the Goths. All right, so remember the Persians descend from Elam, or they're Elamites, right? Elam was the son of Shem. Remember the table, all right? Who's
All right, all right. So yeah. This. I hope you guys not too. Sorry if I distracted you or took you out of the concentration. Just want to remind everybody. So as I'm watching the video, I'm just remembering old things. So just want to go ahead and read this. It says the Treasury of Languages, a rudimentary dictionary of universal philology. All right, by Daniel. Oh, that way. Hold on. Let's see who wrote this. Well, this is the book, as you guys can see. We're gonna go to the word Armorica, okay, or Armorican. What's an Armorican? Armorican. Con. It says a Celtic dialect called also Breton. Anciently vernacular in Armorican, Gaul was the national language of the independent Duchy of Brittany and is still spoken in the modern French departments of Finster, Corbihan, and Cotes. All right, so one of the Celtic Gaels, we got Armorican and Gaelic, right? All right, let's see what else is here. It says Gaelic, a name for the pre-Roman dialects of France. Anciently divided into Gallia Belgica, Celtica, or Lug Dudnes. Remember Lud? Sondersham, Armorica. All right. And it says here, watch this one. Celtic. So they're saying all this goes back to the Celtic, right? So Celtic, same as Celtic or Celtic, a division of the Aryan family of languages represented by Armorican, Gaelic, Irish, and Manx, the now extinct Cornish and Welsh, pre-Roman dialect of Britain. So corroborating with what he's saying. So this is a philologist. So I just wanted to show you guys this philologist. So Armorican and Gaelic, literally, right? So Gaelic. And then I'm reminded about what we learned in my series, Israel and the Nations of the World um, videos. And this is in part two. As you guys can see in this book, let me see if I can. So, on the antiquity of the Gaelic language showing affinity to Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, superseding the Masoretic point and furnishing a key to the Hebrew vowel sound. All right, so that's one of the sources here. All right, then that's one. I mean, we read it. Make sure to catch the video, like all this research this guy did. All right. Hold on, guys. There's another one here. Just trying to show the sources. Mm. This is a really good video. Okay, let me see if I can find the other one. Either way, what I'm trying to show is I showed three sources in this video in part two. How they're basically proven Gaelic is coming from this ancient Hebrew, like what they're calling Hebrew, right? This Paleo Hebrew, these writings and all that. Same thing they're finding all over the Americas. The same form, like this ancient form. All right, where was the video? Okay. We're gonna continue, all right? Just wanted to show that real quick, just want to remind everybody in case you want to go check out those videos and everything, and just remember all the stuff, put it all together. A lot of that's why I try to say I try to verify in a lot of different places, and eventually you start seeing the theme, the same story, and you try to discern that story and what sources they're using, So let's go.
Still talking about the same people. What is it Greek so called, right? So who are these people?
Yeah, so right, we're talking about the same people. All these tags: Greek, Latin, Celtic, English, German. Who were they really?
Where do they descend from? Now continuing, now they're trying to make correlations with the ancient Hindus. Who are the ancient Hindus? But the Nagas, right? The two ancient Nagas. Who are the Nagas? The ancient Hindus, right? Who also, right, snake people supposedly. And remember earlier they were talking about snake worshiping people over here. All right, you see all the correlation. It says the physical appearance also of the pure Hindus, claiming to be the descendants of the highly civilized ancient Aryas, resembled generally that of the North European peoples of Britain and Scandinavia. It was then assumed that the ancient Aryas, who civilized India and Persia or Iran and gave them their Aryan speech, were presumably the same common racial stock as the ancestors of the civilizers of Greece and Rome in northern
Europe, right? So again, they said assumed, they assumed, but they're seeing it in reverse. You know, they're seeing all those ancient lands coming out of over there, that fake location that they called Mesopotamia. So that's why there's confusion right now.
Yeah, so appreciate it very much. Third Eye Open. Appreciate the love. Means a lot to me. Thank you.
Says this Indo-European stock of people was thus called the Aryan race, and the name Aryan was extended also to their several languages and dialects, which were classed as Aryan or Indo-European, or by usurping German writers, Indo-Germanic. All right, so again, they're mixing a lot of nations together by language and basically giving these languages false origins. The so-called Celtic languages were called a branch of Aryan speech, and the Celts themselves called Aryans. All right, again, all this in parentheses. In race, and to these Celts, the philologists and ethnologists arbitrarily assigned the credit for first introducing the Aryan language and Aryan culture into Alban, or Britain and Ireland. This illusionment, however, came in the year 1864 when scientific anthropologists, following Anders Retzius, the Swede, had begun to apply exact measurement to the skulls and physical types of the various so-called branches of the Aryan race, as it had been found that the shape of the skull or head form afforded the best of all criterions of race. In that year, Mr. Paul Broca, who had begun 4 years earlier a systematic measurement of the head forms of the people of France, published his famous monograph on the head forms of the Celts of Brittany, the descendants of the original Celts or Caesar and the classic writers. He found that so far from these Celts being of the Aryan physical type, namely tall, fair, and long-headed, they were on the contrary a short, darkish complexioned and round-headed race. You hear that? They're not matching what they were supposed to be looking like. In the next year, 1865, appeared the celebrated collection of measurements of the ethnic types
Hmm.
in the British Isles by Davis and Turnham in their Crania Britannica, on which they had been engaged since 1860, and Dr. DeBoe's papers. This disclosed conclusively that the Celtic-speaking people of the British Isles, and more particularly the Welsh, were also short and dark complexion.
Okay.
All right, dark complexion,
Okay.
more confirmation of the ancient Europeans, right?
So again, nobody's blackwashing as people try to say I'm doing and trying to steal people's culture and oh I'm from Scotland and I'm from this. I'm like, well, that's cool, man. Like, if you descend from these people, then all right. Acknowledge your dark complexion ancestors. That's all good.
Europeans were swarthy. They were so-called Negro too. You gotta stop thinking all Europeans were white. You gotta stop thinking when we say Europe, we talking about white people.
Uh-huh.
All right, but with long heads or medium long heads, and thus were a markedly different racial type of the Celts of Gaul. Whilst their skull form and complexion excluded the greater portion of them from the Aryan racial type and affiliated them to the Iberians. Those startling discoveries by scientific methods excited great commotion amongst the ethnologists and philologists as it disproved their accepted theory that the Celts of Gaul were of the same kindred of the Celts of the British Isles, right? They're different people. You hear this? You guys understanding? And that both were Aryans, and they're supposed to be both Aryans. Whereas it was now disclosed on the contrary that they were of different races, and that they neither were of the Aryan race, although both spoke an Aryan language in different dialects. These scientific results were fully confirmed by further measurements, which were also extended over the greater part of Europe, as these measurements disentangle the British Celts from the continental and also sharply differentiate the Aryan type from both. It is necessary to glance at their leading results, which are here displayed in the accompanying table and illustrated in figure 22. All right, it says here racial types in Europe. Real quick, it says this shows three main racial types in the population of modern Europe, all three of which we shall find represented in Britain, namely the Aryan or Nordic or Northern, tall, fair, browed, long or longish heads. When they say fair, you gotta also be careful and not think just white. Alpine or Celtic. Continental is number 2, or Germanic. And then short statured, fair or darkish browed brown, round or broad hair, that's them. And then 3 is Iberian or Mediterranean, shortish statured, dark, narrow browed, long face, long heads, and including the prehistoric riverbed type of the Picts. The best of the distinguishing criterions of race is the head index and second column of table in conjunction with color. All right. So, we got to dodge the hijack when we're talking about this craniology because it was based on trying to make, you know, make people less intelligent than others. So, but either way, they're showing you this can't really determine skin complexion either. They just know, they can't say the Aryans are fair or white. That's conjecture.
So real quick, I want to remind everybody of everything we've gone over, right? So when we're talking about, hey, does it correlate with what scientists are telling us today? What are scientists telling us today? These books are from the 1800s. What are scientists telling us? Because these are anthropological books we're reading, scholarly ones too. And this is what everybody was, there was a general consensus at the time. So New Scientist right here says, ancient dark-skinned Britain, Cheddar Man, Cheddar Man. Now, did he have the mullet cut? And yeah, I don't know, yeah. But hey, but Cheddar Man looks 420 friendly, if you know what I mean. He looks 420 friendly. Yeah. He said, hey, I'm Cheddar Man. I don't like cheese though. I don't like cheese. Says a Briton who lived 10,000 years ago had dark brown skin and blue eyes. At least that's what dozens of news stories published this month, including our own, stated as fact. But one of the geneticists who performed the research says the conclusion is less certain, according to others. All right, well, they know. BBC News, Cheddarman, DNA shows early Britain had dark skin. All right, this is their rendition. The mullet. A cutting edge scientific analysis shows that a Briton from 10,000 years ago had dark brown skin and blue eyes. Dark skin, blue eyes, Cheddar Man, Cheddar Man. National Geographic. By sequencing the ancient DNA, scientists were able to create skin color, eye color, and hair type. All right? Red man, red, copper color. Where you coming from, Cheddar Man? Who you people, Cheddar Man? Where they coming from? Cheddar Man? Greater Ireland? Is that where they came from? Greater Ireland? Britain's dark skinned, blue eyed ancestor explained, all right? Here goes some articles for you guys. Ireland, we're talking about Ireland today, right? Irish Post. Ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes. New documentary suggests, oh, now everything's coming out. Now the science, even their own science is proven. The anthropological books. So blue eyes, you thought blue eyes came from only a pale skinned person. No, it didn't. When one thinks of the Irish, the image is fairly clear: fair skin, pale complexion, and a copy of the Irish Post underneath the arm. Just kidding. But a new documentary claims that the earliest Irish people looked nothing like that at all. All right? You can go ahead and read it. IrishCentral.com. Deny. Early Irish hunter gatherers, oh, now they're hunter gatherers, were dark skinned with blue eyes, says expert. Not just some guy on the internet with a YouTube channel like me. An expert, geneticist, population geneticist, scientist, right? You like scientists, same scientists, right, that you always quoting. Prehistoric Irish people were dark skinned and had blue eyes, an Irish documentary claims. But I thought I was an expert. Hey, much love, Terrence Harris. Yeah, Cheddar Main. Irish Central. Well, what we got next? We got, let me see, Irish Times. The Irish Times, hey, it's all over the place. Hey, man, it's deny. Come on, man. Deny. Okay. We got Bob Marley right here. Yeah, Marley. Irish, right? Early Irish people were dark skinned with blue eyes. Documentary. Hunter gatherer population inhabited Ireland before being replaced by early farmers. Replaced? St. Patrick, huh? Uh, Prehistoric Irish people were dark skinned and had blue eyes. A new documentary claims. All right, claims. Everybody's just claiming. but the signs don't lie. Let's go back. To understand that we don't just go off one little source. And if you're not aware of all this research and everything that's being put out and everything the world is finding out, well, welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. And it's not about blackwashing, it's just about telling the story correctly. And it's okay, man. Like, we got to empty our cups and let go of all of our emotions. Let go of all of our emotions. All right, let's go. The first of these racial types of Europe, the Nordic or Northern, which is the Aryan type, is now mostly restricted to Northern Western Europe. It included most of the classic Greeks and Romans, as evidenced by their sculptures and paintings and skeletal remains. It comprises a considerable element of the present-day population in the British Isles, the Scandinavians or Norsemen, including Swedes and many Danes, and a small proportion of the people of France and the Rhine Valley, where, however, the skulls of the older burials show that the civilizers of Germany, like the Jutes, and the Anglo-Saxons were of this type, and I shall show that the early Britons and Scots, properly so called, as well as the Goths, belonged to this Aryan type, which was also the type of Eastern or Indo-Persian branch of the Aryans, the Barat Katiya, and the Kati or Hittites and Phoenicians. All right, you see what he's letting you know. The second of the Celtic or so-called Alpine Swiss, extending from Brittany to Switzerland, also comprised a major type in the Rhine Valley, and the Slav or Serb people of mid-Europe, including two Prussians, Poles, and a large proportion of the Russians. Remember, these are dark-skinned people. And an appreciable element amongst the people of the east coast of Britain derived from the Bronze Age, Hun invaders of prehistoric Alban in the later Stone Age, who were essentially of this round-headed type. The third type is of essential interest in regard to the British Celtic question and the dark racial element by which the Celtic language is chiefly spoken in the British Isles. This type is generally known as Iberian, from one of its old seats, Iberia or Spain, and it was given the wider synonym of Pelasgic, but it is now generally called Mediterranean, after Sergi's nomenclature, as it is found in modern Europe, mainly along the sea basin from Spain to Greece and its archipelago to Asia Minor. It is essentially of the same type as the prehistoric Stone Age inhabitants of the British Isles and the riverbed type of Huxley, and is also substantially the same type which is found in many of the long barrows or long grave mounds alongside the Aryan type there. And it still forms a substratum of the modern head form in the British Isles. It thus appears that the titles Hibernia for Ireland and Hebrides, all right, Eber and Hebrides, Hebrews, Ireland for Ireland, Hibernia, Eber, Ireland for the Western Isles are probably survivals of the Iberia, title for the primitive stock with which first peopled the British Isles in the Stone Age. Indeed, the Irish Gaels or Gaels or Feni claim origin from the sons of Milead or Miled, which is said to be Milesia in Spain, Iberia. And in describing the later colonization of Erin, they say that a leading chief of the later Gaed Hel Miled immigrants was called Eber, which appears to preserve this Iberia title, Eber of the Hebrews, right? Remember, Eber is feather, it goes down to pinion, Ebra. They spread themselves through Erin to her coast. Eber, the god Hel, took the south of Erin, or Erin. In consequence of these discoveries by anthropologists that the Celts belonged to the non-Aryan round-headed race, and the resultant paradox that the so-called British and Irish Celts were not Celts and that were no Celts in Britain, the leading anthropologists, recognizing the logic of facts, gave up the use of misleading terms Celts and Celtic in a racial sense in regards to British Isles, and restricted these terms to the round-headed Celts or Gael according to the designation of these people in the classics. And even the term Aryan tended to drop out of use in a racial sense when no historical trace of the early Aryans in Europe could be discovered, and when it was found by M.D. Quatrefages and others that the physical type, not only of the Prussians but also the prevailing type of the Germans,
who had posed as being the leading Aryan civilizers of Europe, was Slavic and thus non-Aryan. They now recognize more clearly than before the fact that mere language is by itself no criterion of race, all right? Just like you speak English don't make you English, right, from England. So again, language is by itself no criterion of race, and that kinship in language does not necessarily imply kinship in race, as so many conquered races are observed to have adopted, all right, or to have imposed on them the language of their overlords of a totally different race. As Huxley observed, no one could call a Negro of America either English or Aryan in race merely because he spoke the Aryan English speech, like I just said. And as has been well said, there is no such thing as a French race, but rather many races speaking French. No Italian race, but rather many races speaking Italian. No Germanic race, but rather many races speaking German. You get it? You can't generalize. They're letting you know. And we may add, there is no such thing as the English race, but rather many races and mixed races living in the same political unity under the same laws and speaking the English language. The philologists on the other hand, for whom the Celtic theory seems to have possessed a fatal fascination, still clung and do cling to the title Celtic for the language spoken in the British Isles by the Gaels of Scotland and Ireland and by the Cymry of Wales, and the die-hard Celtists still give it a racial sense and speak of the British Celtic speakers of the Black Celts and of the Celtic temperament and of the kilt as the garb of old Gaul and of the Celtic origin of the Aryan language in Britain. All right, so they're pointing out how these people are kind of like leaving a lot out, in their studies when they're talking about generalizing people under Celt. Remember, they didn't even have that word in their language. They thus keep alive the old mental confusion and misled the public and popular writers. Thus we have the latest writer in history, Mr. Wells, misled into writing the jargon that the Celtic invasion of Britain was by tall and fair people and Nordic Celts. You see, that was false. And that it is even doubtful if the north of England is more Aryan than pre-Celtic in blood. With such conflicting uses of the term Celtic in circulation, even some anthropologists occasionally lapse into reference to the Celts of the British Isles and to the Celts as a branch of the Aryan race, who then are the race in Britain called Celts, all right, by our later day writers. Who are they then? Because they're different peoples. No traditional historical reference or record whatsoever exists of the migration of any people called Celts into early Britain, all right? There's no history of that there, really. Anthropologists, from their exact measurements of the people in Britain, tell us that the darkest population forms of the nucleus of each of the Celtic language areas, darkest populations, which now remain, and this dark Celtic speaking element, and especially found in the Grampian Hills in Scotland, the wild and mountainous Wales and Cornwall, and the hills of Connemara and Kerry in Western Ireland, right? These dark Celtic people, and their average stature is relatively short, culminating in Britain and South Wales, the Severn Valley, and Cornwall. It will thus be noticed that this Celtic area corresponds generally in Scotland with the area in which the later Picts suddenly disappeared, and in whose place have suddenly appeared the people called Celts. All right, all of a sudden the Picts disappeared, then you got these Celts. You see what they're letting you know here? You understand? Just like they said the Maya disappeared, then you got some other people. All right, paper genocide. In Ireland, also the Celtic area generally corresponds with that part of the country, especially associated with the Bands, the Vans, or early Fiends, who we have found were Picts. All right, these were dark-skinned people. Cornwall, with his old tin port of Ictis or Victis, was a chief Celtic, in parentheses, center for the old See of each, or the Picts. All right, these are all Pict lands. And the Picts appear to have called themselves Chaldees. They were the Chaldees or the Chaldees. All right, again, I know it was a long introduction to this chapter before we can get to the juicy part, but they had to break something down to you. You get what they're saying? They never, the real ancient people that were in these lands, like the Picts, had nothing to do with Gaelic or the Cymry or any of those other people that came in later with their languages. And then they were labeled under that, like Celtic and Aryan and all that, just because they ended up speaking those languages. But these people called themselves Chaldees or Chaldees. Switch the K with a C, or Chaldees or Chaldees. Remember, Kesedet, Chaldees, or through the fire, Chaldic, through the fire. This new line of evidence leads us to the conclusion that the early Celts or Celts were presumably the early Picts, calling themselves Chaldees or Chaldees, a primitive people who I find from a mass of evidence were the early Chaldees. They were the early Chaldean people. Again, Ireland, right? Ur of the Chaldees. Chaldees, remember Abraham, who the Chaldees in the Bible? They're supposed to be somewhere else in Iraq over there. They lied to us. All right, they confused us a lot. They mixing up nations and languages together. They did all that on purpose. A lot of layers we got to uncover, but we'll do it slowly, right? But surely. All right, they called themselves the Chaldees or the Galati and the Gali of Van and Eastern Asia Minor, Mesopotamia in the Stone Age. All right, remember, he says it has to be them. He's letting you know the same ones from the Bible. That's them, the same ones from supposedly Asia Minor, Mesopotamia. That's the hijack. It wasn't over there. Remember, Canaan, the real Mesoamerica or the cradle of civilization, was in America. All right, but he's letting you know, this author, another source, that these Chaldees or Picts, the Picts were ancient Chaldees, the ancient Chaldees of Mesopotamia. The Western hordes would seem to have retained their title of Chaldees or Galati or Gal, when in the Old Stone Age they penetrated westward into Gaul on the Atlantic and formed there the primitive Celts or Celti or Gaul and of Pictavia. Remember, they came from the Atlantic, Pictavia, or the border of Iberia, and the Gauls and Gaul are actually called Galati and Galat by Strabo. All right, again, Chaldeans. And at later period, when the round-headed Sarmatian of Alpines invaded Gaul from the Rhine and Switzerland and drove out the Picts, they seem to have retained the old aboriginal name for that land and its people, Gaul. All right, they drove out who? The Sarmatians. Remember the Simri, the Cimmerians. The Cimmerians, remember, check out my video, part 2, Nations of the World. Who the Cimmerians? These are the same people they're talking about, the Sarmatians. And Chaldees, Celt or Celt. So they're saying that they came, they invaded them or drove them out, or maybe assimilated, amalgamated with them, enslaved them or whatever, ran them out. And they kept the names of those people there though, like Gaul and Chaldees, Celt or Celt, Chaldees. Yet, although in Britain the name Celt or Celt does not appear in the fragmentary surviving history of ancient Britain under that exact spelling, it nevertheless is represented in its dialectic variant of Khaled and Caledon, and in the Chaldees, right, or like Caledonians, right, Chaldees or Chaldees, and the title of the Pictish mission of Columba. It may possibly survive also in Gadhel, the common Gaelic speaking of Gael, by transposition of the letters and spelling a recognized dialectic change called paronomasia of an earlier Galdi representing Chaldi or Chaldi. All right, now that's deep.
Yeah, so remember Gadhol? Gadhol was the husband of Princess Kosha. All right, Gadhol coming from Chalkol. Chalkol is son of Judah, and Gadhol, so the same words.
All right, like the Muslim and the Quran, how they were referring to the Chaldeans as Chaldean. Remember, through the fire. Remember, Abraham went through the fire. And its shortened form Gal possibly survives in Gael and in Gwalia and for Wales. So, after all, perhaps the British Celts are more entitled to use the Celt title than the round-headed Celts of Gaul, who, according to classic historians and anthropologists, are the only true Celts. This identity of the ancestors of the British Celts or Celts with the Chaldees or Chaldees, Chaldees, or Picts, in keeping with the physical traits and head form of the latter, the people of the Celtic-speaking areas are preponderantly of the dark, long, narrow-headed, narrow-faced, smaller-statured Iberian type of the Chaldees or Picts, Chaldees, or the Chaldees or Picts, Chaldees or Picts, and this is also the prevailing type of the substratum of the people throughout the British Isles. The modern British Celts, however, as well as the bulk of their kindred, still forming the main substratum in the population of the British Isles, generally have become a somewhat heterogeneous race through more or less intermixture with the other two races of later invaders and civilizers. Thus, the original dark aboriginal Pictish dark, the dark who's the Picts. All right, a lot of your surnames are actually Pictish, ancient Pictish surnames. Gaelic ancient. Look at that. They're talking about your family here. All right. Picted Chaldean, Chaldees, Chaldees. Remember, these are all sons of Shem. Remember, these are all sons of Arphaxad. The Chaldeans are Arphaxad's kids. All right. The son of Shem. And they were what? Dark Aboriginal Pictish or Iberian stock has been mixed more or less on the East Coast and Midlands with the non-Aryan, round-headed, and broad-browed fair Alpine or Slav or Hun invaders from the time of the beaker using men of the late Stone Age, about 2000 BC onwards.
All right, so again, corroborating with the scientists of today, telling you who the ancient British and Irish people are. Yep.
And later, over all the British Isles, they have been mixed more or less with the Aryan rulers and civilizers, the tall, long-headed, broad-browed, fair northern invaders, the Britons and Scots, properly so-called with their later kindred Anglo-Saxons, Norse and Normans. As a result of this partial intermixing during many centuries, which is discussed in a later chapter on the mixing of the races, there have arisen several intermediate or composite types. Many of the British Celts thus now possess a considerable strain of Aryan blood, manifesting itself in physical traits and especially in lighter color of their hair and eyes, whilst fondly idealizing their Celtic ancestry into a sentimental cult. But the major portion of the population, not only in the modern Celtic areas but also over the British Isles, generally retain appreciably a preponderating Pictish type. They're still dark, they're still there, they're still aboriginals. All right. Thus, in regard to the civilization of the British Isles, we find that the modern theory that it was the British Celts who first introduced the Aryan language and civilization into Britain is merely a survival of unfounded assumptions by later philologists, which assumptions rested on the further unfounded assumption that the British Celts were originally Aryan in race. All right, that was false. Hope you guys understood that in this chapter. That was a great breakdown, and it's for us to continue, so we can, pull out the babies,
false,
chew the meat, spit out the bones, and do, come with our own conclusions from what we're going to continue reading. All right. We are now in a position to take up on much clearer ground, all right? Just like I was just saying, that has hitherto been possible for previous inquiries. The great and hitherto unsolved question as to how and when the Aryan language and civilization were first introduced into Britain, by what racial agency. So I just want to show you, we're going to get into all this when we get into the Britons video. This is chapter 13. I mean, all the chapters here are good, but just an example. I mean, the title says Coming of the Britons. Remember, these are the ones that invaded the Pictish people, or Aryan Brito-Phoenicians, under King Brutus the Trojan to Albion. All right, so that's how deep it is.
So remember my video, Israel's in the nation of Europe. We went over who Brutus was, the people from Troy, right? That's how that was the line of Judah through Darda, his son Darda, founders of Troy. All right, so Brutus coming out of there. So we got London, a son of Shem, and then we got Brutus for the Brutus, founding, British, and yeah, we're gonna get into all of this in this book. That's what I was saying. We're gonna read it fully. We're gonna go chapter by chapter, take our time with it and break it down with other sources because I got so many sources on Brutus too. So we're gonna break all that down. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Thanks for tuning in today, spending your time with me your evening or morning, wherever you are in the world. Thanks.
But I'm glad we read this chapter in this book again. These Chaldees, these ancient Celtic, are actually pigs who are calling themselves the Chaldees or the Chaldees, who Kuldees, the Chaldees of so-called the Bible of Mesopotamia, the Chaldees, same people. This was the book Phoenician Origin of Britons and Scots and Anglo-Saxons by L.A. Waddell. We're going to get more into this book later on. All right, so we continue again in this book, Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees. Again, Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes. And again, this book is from 1873. A lot of great sources and footnotes. And we're in chapter 6 of this book. I remember we have already read the first 5 chapters. Check out the previous video if you haven't. And this chapter says, the cross, a Chaldean symbol. The cross as a symbol is traceable to the crossed rods of the Chaldean shepherd kings. These symbols are found all over the 3 kingdoms, especially in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Cornwall. The cross is as ancient as the fish and the serpent signs, and as the ring and the cup cutting to be seen on the stones of Scotland and Ireland. Besides the cross being found upon Egyptian, Babylonian, and Assyrian monuments, we find it was worshipped in Mexico ages before the introduction of Christianity. Large stone crosses, says Prescott, in his Conquest of Mexico, Volume 1, page 242, being erected probably to the god of rain. I remember who the god of rain was. That was Quetzalcoatl. A cross being erected to Quetzalcoatl.
Just like the dragons, just like a dragon, feather serpent, dragon got the power to change climate and rain and all that. What's up? Let's go.
Come on, Quetzalcoatl. Who's Quetzalcoatl, huh? Yahawashi? Now remember, so this is a future video I'm going to do about the cross in the ancient world and how it's not just a symbol for Christianity and Jesus, right? It has something to do, there's a deeper symbology behind the cross, and a lot of the old world nations had the cross, and they found it all over America, like it's telling you here, large stone crosses dedicated to the god of rain, Quetzalcoatl, all right? Colonel Wilford and his Asiatic Researchers, Volume 10, page 124, alluding to the cross, says, though it is not an object of worship among the Bodhas or Buddhist, it is favorite emblem and device among them. It is exactly the cross of the Manichaeans, with leaves and flowers springing from it. Mr. Morris, in his Indian Antiquities, notices the Druid and the cross. He says, it is a fact not less remarkable than well attested that the Druids in their groves were accustomed to select the most stately and most beautiful tree as an emblem of the deity they adored, and having cut the side branches, they affixed 2 of the largest of them to the highest part of the trunk, in such a manner that those branches extended on each side like the arms of a man, and together with the body presented the appearance of a huge cross. And on the bark in several places was also inscribed the letter Tau, the Tau cross. You see the X? As we find that the Christian emblem was general among the Druids, no one need fear assigning to many of the crosses of Ireland and Scotland a period far anterior to the introduction of Christianity. Evidently, the inhabitants of Erin, previous to the arrival of St. Patrick, were well acquainted with the cross as a symbol of the realization of a hope. We are not attributing their acquaintance with the cross to the knowledge they undoubtedly had of Christianity before St. Patrick's time, impressed upon them probably for ages by their druids and teachers. When the apostle of Ireland went there, the people believed him, for he taught no new doctrine. He only brought them knowledge that the sacrifice was complete in their person of the Son of God. Accordingly, the fire of their altars was put out, and serpent veneration died away. The same effect was produced upon the people of Britain. When St. Augustine landed in Thanet, he came bearing a silver crucifix above him, and his companions around singing litanies, upon which the people fell on their knees and believed the gospel. So listen to what they're saying. They were using their own symbols against them, just like they came here and they brought the cross, but we had the cross here already for different things. That symbol was here already anciently, just like it was here in Pigland or with these ancient Chaldees, right?
St. Andrew's Cross, in a like way, was the sign accepted by the Chaldees of Scotland. The Chaldees, the Chaldees, Chaldees, the Chaldees of Scotland, the Picts, right? The men of Israel. Bran, Sifin, Elite, and Fagan, who returned from Rome in the year 57 AD to Wales, brought intelligence by the sign of the cross of the Redeemer crucified in the fulfillment of the prophecy of Joel, and they were cordially acknowledged by the Welsh as veracious teachers. When the cross returned to Chaldea and Ur, all right, and the adjacent countries from the east, the people had no difficulty in accepting it. These few remarks, we hope, are sufficient to show that the cross is much older than is generally believed. All right, so we continue again in the book Ireland, or Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes, 1873. This is chapter 7 of the book. It's called The Sons of Noah and Their Descendants. It says here that Orthodox teachers tell us that Noah, sometime after his release from the ark, planted a vine, but where he planted the vine is left to conjecture. There's a great man mentioned in Welsh tradition called Hugh the Mighty, and this Hugh, for other reasons, besides having planted a vineyard in Gascony, all right, listen to that, is by the Welsh believed to be identical with Noah. All right, it is true that Hu does not sound very like Noah, but the same may be said of the Chaldean Noah, who is called Shisustrus. Whether Hu Gadern, according to the triads, the leader of the three Pacific tribes of the families of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, was the same person as Noah, Duivan, and Nud, is not to be perhaps satisfactorily proven, but we will not try to prove it, for we wish only to show that Celtic traditions point to the mariners of the ark as having been with the first state of things in Western Europe, and the actual originators of Asiatic kingdoms subsequent to their sojourn in Europe, particularly in the British Isles. But because the Irish and Welsh are in the habit of tracing their genealogies up to Noah, all right, it's a habit, it's part of their history, it's part of their genealogy and traditions and oral history. So are the Hebrews accustomed, just like the Hebrews, huh? We do not mean to say that these genealogies are entirely to be relied upon. We are only now alluding to one of the Celtic customs being common to the Hebrew. Again, we're not trying to say specifically, but we're trying to show correlation here that the Celtic, their whole stories and legends and all these people, like when we say Celtic, remember the last chapter, the last book we read, we're talking about these ancient people of Scotland and the British Isles, Ireland, all right? Their whole history, their whole mythology, their whole tradition goes back to Noah, all right? There was no particular and enduring distinction between him and the Celt. Ancient Britain and Ireland, we assume to have been places of sojourn of Noah and his sons. Therefore, the religion of the Hebrews may reasonably be expected to have been the same as that of the Druids. Remember, it's not about religions, all right? There are two, the present day, families of the name of Noah to be found in England. Of course, some might say this is no uninterrupted inheritance of the name, only a coincidence to be explained by many causes, other than a distinct Noahic source. But it is quite probable because the Hebrews and the Celts were once the same. Okay. Again, because the Hebrews and the Celts were once the same. I remember, sons of Shem, that the name has remained here. The name Hugh, or Hugh, as it is now spelled, right? You see that last name Hugh, where it comes from? Comes from Noah. According to the Welsh, the other names for Noah is to be counted by thousands in the three kingdoms. No one is bold enough to affirm that this name is a foreign importation, Roman, Danish, or Saxon. The name is to be found as Hugh, or Hughes, up Hugh, Makhua, and Pew. Says here, section 1, Japhet. Now it says, the seven sons of Japhet, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, and Dodanam are traced by Josephus into Europe. He shows that their habitations were situated as follows. Beginning at the mountains Taurus and Amanus, they proceeded along Asia as far as the river Tanais and along Europe to Cadiz, and settling themselves on the lands which they light upon, which none had inhabited before, they called the nations by their own names. For Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call Galatians or Gauls. Now remember, these were the Simri, and remember, it's not the same. These Gauls or Galatians are not the same as the ancient, but we just read in the last book, so let's not get confused again. But at least we got a reference now of who the Sumerians mixed with and how they became known as Gauls. You know, so remember, I have a video on this, very thorough video actually, on the descendants of Japhet, and specifying the Sumerians too. And that's part 2 of my Nations of the World series. So go ahead and check that out if you haven't. All right. It says Magog founded those that from him were named Magogites, but who are by the Greeks called Scythians. All right. So we got to dash the hijack. Now as to Javan and Madai, the sons of Japhet, from Madai came the Chaldeans, who are called Medes by the Greeks, but from Javan, Ionia, and all the Grecians are derived. Tobel founded the Tobelites, who are now called Iberes, and the Moshosheni were founded by Moshok, now they are Cappadocians. Of the 3 sons of Gomer, Ashanax founded the Ashkenazians. I remember Ashkenaz, that's the time about the Ashkenazis. The Ashkenaz founded the Ashkenazis, all right? They're Japhet, right? They're not from Shem, the Ashkenazi, who are now called by the Greeks Reginians or Reginians. So did Repov found the Riphians, now called Pathologians, right? Same people of these Ashkenazis, all right? And Trugrama and the Trugramians, who as the Greeks resolved were named Phrygians. Of the 3 sons of Javan, also the son of Japhet, Elisha gave name to the Elysians, who were his subjects. They are now the Aeolians. Tarsus to the Tarsians, for so was Cilicia of old called, the sign of which is that the noblest city they have, and a metropolis also is Tarsus, the Tau, being by change put the Theta. Because this account seems to us to reconcile with truth a good deal of what we have advanced in support of the names of places and people mentioned in the Old Testament being traceable through Europe, so we will leave it without comment, that it not, in our opinion, require to be viewed with the caution that comes of what we conceive to be more correct. The sons of Shem and Ham were with the sons of Japhet, or before, or shortly after them in Europe, whence they in part entered Asia. More of this after. If Japhet was, as we cannot doubt, the elder son of Noah, his family may be taken to be the oldest in the world. So the Celtic or Irish or Cymric language, which could not then have changed much, and the manners, customs, and the antiquities of Europe are the oldest in the world. I remember these Cymric and ancient Picts, they're not the same people, because they, again, we read in the last book that the Picts were eventually grouped as Celts, right? And they became known as Celts, and they got grouped with these Cymri that invaded, that came in much later.
Yep.
All right, so they're not the same people.
The Sumerians or Gumerians, Sumerians, different people.
When they're talking about them here, the most ancient Greek and Roman writers agree to allow the Celts or Cymri or Gomerati to have been the primogenital family. But they are right about these people being very old. And again, my Nations of the World Part 2 goes heavy into them. They're the same as the Sumerians. But they're not the same as the ancient Picts, not the same as the ancient British or Irish people. So they wouldn't be the same people here. South of the Caucasian range, we find that the Cymri were called Gomrai. So it may be that the name Kurimeo is a corruption of the word Cymri. It is alleged by some that this section of the Cymri allied themselves with the children of Madai and became the Medes of history, and that another portion of them, separating from the main body, became Parthians, who in process of time became the Parthians or later Persians. I remember Persians, now they're saying in part because they don't sure, but they're a little bit sure because they did mix with these people. So the Persians were originally Elamites from Elam. Elam was the son of Shem, and these people did mix in with these Parthians or Cymri or Gomarians, all right? and then they became as a people together, Persians, but it was originally Elamites, all right? Founded and started with Elam, the son of Shem. Another division of these people moving along the chain of the Apennines became the Cimbri or Humbri or Umbri of Italy. These were the main stock which the Roman Confederacy was formed, made up of Latin, Sanid, Sabine, Marcian, and other nations. The Saturnian or Golden Age was during the Umbrian Empire of Italy, 1200 BC. The patriarchs of Umbria, both regal and priestly, became the gods of Roman mythology. The termination of words in Celtic and Latin differ, but it is curious how the root forms of the Latin are discoverable to be Celtic. The proper names of the oldest Latin families are formed on the Celtic basis, thus Claudius, Catulus, Cato, Pompeius, Lucullus, Camillus, Marcus, and the sewers of the Umbrian Rome and the Cyclopean fortresses and the temples were erected by Umbrian kings. The religion of the Umbrians was the Druidical or patriarchal. The Tuscan or Etrurian Empire followed and was composed of the same Celtic element. The Etrurian may be said to have given way to the Gaelic eruptions of Brennus and Belinus. From the very earliest times, the country of the descendants of Gomer was known as Galatia, for Gomer founded those whom the Greeks, now Josephus' time, called Galatians or Gauls. The most remarkable portion of the Galatia alluded to by Josephus were Caledonia or Galadonia in Gaul and the province of Galatia in Spain. The Welsh of the present day pride themselves upon being sons of Gomer. There are many families of the names in England, but they are chiefly to be found in Wales. Again, remember, they're mixing a lot of these nations. They did end up going to Europe, the British Isles, Ireland, Scotland, these Cymri, descendants of Gomer. They did end up assimilating and bringing their religion and languages and beliefs and all their history into the Picts land and absorbing them and making them, basically go extinct from history, not as a people, but almost like a paper genocide back then. They invaded them, they made them, take on all their languages. That's why, again, it was good to read the book we read before. All right, so again, I'm glad I read that book before. I have a little more better understanding how a Cymri, a Cimmerian, for Japhet could be considered these Gauls or Celts, and that had me confused when I did that video. I knew there was more mixture in there. I just knew it. There was more mixture. It wasn't just clearly them, and I knew they had assimilated with other people to become the Celts and Gauls, and this is a clear example. I'm glad we got that perspective kind of cleared up a little bit. We're actually going to go more into that, definitely. Now I was going to talk about the descendants of Magog. So again, that was the Gomer descendants. So we're going to talk about Magog. It says it is not only general valency that makes allusion to the Irish being descendants of Magog. There is frequent mention made of this fact in the history of traditions of Ireland. Magog, or sons of the north, as his name signifies, as in many scriptures references associated with the isles of the sea. Now Javan, another son of Japhet, is Javan. The Ja modified into E in Welsh, the name becomes Even or Evans, one of the most numerous family names in Wales. All right, you see that? Ashkenaz, this Galatian son of Gomer, has been traced to Germany. Ascanians, all right, so that was one of the groups, right? One of the Celtic groups that were breaking down from Germany, Switzerland. They had a different type of skull that were different than the actual Picts. All right, so remember, these are different people, even though eventually they assimilated together and the Picts had to be called or take on their customs, be called Celts and all this other stuff. All right, so Ashkenaz, again, the Galatian son of Gomer, has been traced to Germany. Ascanians, the ancient Germans, were called and known as such by the Saxons. Askenes or Ashkenes is yet a proper name in Germany. It says Ripath, this other son of Gomer, like Javan or Ivan, seems to have bequeathed his name nearly in an altered form to the present Griffith of Wales. Togama, the people of Togama and his bands, invariably associated with Gog and Magog, are the people of the northern quarters, Scandinavia, and particularly Russia. All right, it says Eliza. Eliza was the son of Javan. Josephus says he gave name to the Elysians, who were his subjects. They became the Aeolians. The Eleusinian mysteries originated with the sons of Elisa. To turn to the name as it is found in the British Islands, there are people called Elisa
or as the Welsh give it, Elias, hence the names Ellis, Ellison, and Elisa, and Elias were favorite names with the Hebrews, as may be seen in 1 Kings, it says here, chapter 22:6, and chapter 19:16, and Ezekiel 22:7. There is mention made of the Isles of Eliza. It says Tarshish, another son of Javan, was Tarshish, that the portion of Iberia, Spain, called Tarshish was named from his son of Javan, Josephus, as we have shown beliefs. When Josephus wrote, Tarshish must have been, from his remarks, a place of some note, but the Bible references to it prove this. Silver spread into plates is brought into Tarshish. Tarshish was thy merchant with iron. Ezekiel, the ships of Tarshish shall sing of thee, Tyre, in thy market. Ezekiel 27:25, and Jonah rose up to flee unto Tarshish. This is Jonah 1:3. All King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. None were of silver. It was not accounted of in the days of Solomon, for the king had a sea of navy of Tarshish. Once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory, and apes and peacocks. This is in 1 Kings 10:21 and 22. Now we go into Dodana. That's another son. It says, this, the last son of Javan, and a Galatian, seems not to have left his name so as to be clearly discerned in these times. Nevertheless, it is capable of fair interpretation. Isaiah says, O.G. traveling companies of Dedanim. This is in Isaiah 21:13, with evident reference to a nomad but yet semi-civilized people who several centuries before this settled in Ireland, called the Tuat de Danann. All right, that sounds almost like the tribe of Dan. So they're mixing a lot of these Danites, most likely with the sons of Gomer, and that did happen. All right, the sons of Japhet, as we have shown, are constantly referred to in the prophets as the inhabitants of the isles, and in Genesis 5:10 we find, by these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. All right, so we continue in the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes from 1873, and we're in chapter 8. In chapter 8 says, the sons of Ham and his descendants in Western Europe, prophecy against the Isles, and retrospect of Habakkuk. All right, so again, we touched the hijack and we get the babies out. All right, so it says, the evidence that the children of Noah dwelled together before the division of the time of Peleg is sufficient to warrant our looking for traces of this son of Noah in the country of Gomer's posterity. Ham is described as the father of Canaan. The word Ham, which abounds in the British Isles in the name of localities and families, almost identifies the Isles of the Sea as a portion of the Hamath of Isaiah. The city of Hamona in the valley of Hamon, Gog, with which it is mentioned in Ezekiel 39, was situated in these islands. The word Gog is associated with places in Britain. Hamon Gog, interpreted through the Welsh, means literally Northampton. Gog means north, and Ham bears its own signification. According to some of the old maps, an example of which is appended to Dr. Skeen's edition of the 4 ancient books of Wales, Prydian y Gogledd means the northern division of Britain. The north of England, including the lowlands of Scotland, was at one time in possession of the Welsh, which may account for this distinction being preserved. Northmen are called Gogledd, or the men of the north, so the Norwegian Norsemen and the Norman, the latter name being given to the men of the north of France, who went there under Royal the Dane. In some parts of England, the word Ham is yet preserved by itself, Ham, in Glamorganshire, and East and West Ham, near London. Again, we have North and South Hampton, Hampstead in Staffordshire, Hampton near London, and names of people, Ham, Hampson, Hammond, Hammond, Hamish, and perhaps Hamilton. Ham was the father of Canaan. A place derived of this name is Cana, one of the islands of the Hebrides, perhaps the Canaan of Ezekiel 28:23, mentioned in connection with Eden and Haram. Cain Mar, a mountain in North Wales, seems also to have retained name. As to the names of people, there are many: Cain, Keen, Keen, Cain, 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 Du, Cain, and Khan. The son of Canaan was Cush. There are some who believe that there are traces of Cush in Ireland. The supposed Cushite remains there are considered by antiquaries to be of great importance towards the elucidation of great prehistoric people. Cushandal and Cushenden, both in Ireland, are with Midian or Madian spoken of in Habakkuk 3:7, and they are to be identified as the Cushan and Midian of Habakkuk. Cushandal is in the neighborhood of the Akkads, all right? The Akkads or the Acadians, Acadia. The old name for Meath, according to Irish authorities, was Midhi or Midian. Cushandal is situated near Meath, but may not have been a part of the old Meath province of Ireland. Timon, Timora, may also have been situated there. Timora, Tamari. In connection with Cush, we now refer more generally to Ireland. Inspirational utterances in the forms of visions of the past, as well as prophecies, distinguish Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Habakkuk. Their prophecies were not more remarkable than their retrospections. The words of Habakkuk 3:2-7 are an example of retrospect. The prophecies against the idols had been fulfilled, and he sublimely says, God came from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran, Selah. His glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise. And his brightness was as the light. He had horns coming out of his hands, and there was the hiding of his power. Before him went the pestilence, and burning coals went forth at his feet. He stood and measured the earth. He beheld and drove asunder the nations, and the everlasting mountains were scattered. The perpetual hills did bow. His ways are everlasting. I saw the tents of Cushan in affliction, and the curtains of the land of Midian did tremble. Was the Lord displeased against the rivers? Was the thine anger against the rivers? Was thy wrath against the sea, that thou didst ride upon thine horses and thy chariots of salvation? Thy bow was made quite naked, according to the oaths of the tribes, even thy words, Selah. Thou didst cleave the earth with rivers. The mountains saw thee, and they trembled. The overflowing of the water passed by. The deep uttered his voice and lifted up his hands on high. The sun and moon stood still in their habitation. At the light of thine arrows they went, and at the shining of thy glittering spear. Thou didst march through the land in indignation. Thou didst thresh the heathen in anger. We have quoted Habakkuk to this length because there is much more in his words than the sublime. Geologists speak of disturbed formations, for they find the primitive rock uppermost, and the great mystery of the formation of the Irish bog has never yet been solved. Vast deposits miles in extent of dark vegetable and animal matter, containing forests of oak and other trees with burnt, charred roots, many in a horizontal position, would seem to tell of the fire of the Lord and remind us of the burning coals that went forth at his feet. Strange bones of men and animals, oak canoes, jewels bearing strange characters, gold and silver ornaments in great quantity are found in these deposits, and assure us of a great earthquake having occurred there. The lows, the mountains, the great caves, of which Fingal is but one, tell us of a convulsion which the scripture records thread over and over again. The Bible reminds us of several earthquakes. One of the most remarkable is that which was in the 27th year of Isaiah, king of Judah, says here BC 787. That's the hijack. Zechariah and Amos speak of it. It is recorded in the annals of Ulster that an earthquake at one time overthrew over 56 of the round towers, drove asunder the nation, says Habakkuk. May it not be that the allusion here is to the British Islands cut from the continent of Europe?
Look at the map of Europe, and while remembering the kindred races of the French, Spanish, Old British, Welsh, Irish, and Erse, and the antiquities of each, it is impossible but to be struck with the words of the prophet. Was thine anger against the rivers? Was thy wrath against the sea? These are words that follow the description of Cushan and affliction, and the trembling of the land of Midian. Who can say that they were not intended to describe the separation of Great Britain and Ireland from the mainland of the continent by the interposition of river and sea? All right, so that's a deep one. They're like, why did they talking about that, huh? Think about that. Continues, says, Alaphone, the son of Brilaeus, was a very kind king in word and action, and also a bard of transcendent compositions. A tremendous earthquake occurred in his time, until the mountains and rocks were rent, and the rivers, being diverted from their beds, ran through the chasms of the ground. This is a paragraph from the Iolo manuscript, and the note upon the earthquake mentioned in it is subjoined. Cambro British traditionary records commemorate many violent convulsions of the earth that seem to have occurred too far back in antiquity to admit of any chronological computation of their real periods. Still other testimonies aided by natural appearances and geological comparisons frequently tend to verify those immemorial events. Druidical mythology, Welsh Prize essay on the Coelbren, page 7, says that the Almighty, when neither life nor being existed, save himself, vocalized his name, and consequently that all animated nature sprang simultaneously to light and life at the ineffably melodious sound, thus transmitting to futurity a magnificent reference to the creation. The awful bursting of the lake of floods that deluged the world and drowned all living things except Duifan and Duifak, the man and woman of God, who escaped in the bald ship and by their offspring repeopled the world, is another recorded tradition of the deluge. All right, that's an Irish mythology in Druid, right? Which is sustained by an additional Celtic version of the event that probably appertained to the aborigines of the island. For among the three arduous works of the island of Britain is named the ship of Nephid, Lord of Lords, that carried in it a male and female of every living creature. When the lake of floods burst, the mighty occurrences thus recorded would probably have only been retained as the imaginings of erratic genius were they not elucidated by the Mosaic accounts independently of the mythologies and varied forms of perhaps all other nations, kindreds, and tongues of the earth. In nearer association with the effects of the earthquake attributed in the text to this reign may be quoted the 67th triad, the three subordinate islands of the islands of Britain, the Isle of Orkney, Orc, the Isle of Man, and the Isle of Wit, or White. Afterwards, the land was so rent by the sea that Mont Anglesey became an island, and in the same manner Orkney was rent into a multitude of islands, and other parts of Alban or Scotland and Cambria became islands. The testimony of this triad is supported by Mark the Hermit's copy of Ninnius, where the following passage occurs: Tres magnas insulas habet quarumuna australis. All right, so that's Latin. Now let's get to the English. It says, it, Britain, has three great islands, one toward the south, opposite the Armorican shore, called White or Wit, the second situated mid-sea between Ireland and Britain, called Eubonia or Man, and the third to the extreme north of the British boundary beyond the Picts, named Orkney. An ancient proverb, quoted by the same venerable author as applicable to the rule of the paramount monarchs of the island, affords further corroboration. Judicavit Britanniam, contribus insulus, he ruled over Britain and its three islands. From the construction of the foregoing triad, it is pretty clear that a later clause is merely a commentary appended by some remote transcriber to account for the altered appearance of the Orkneys after the rupture, and we may fairly conclude also that the triads were among the ancient traditions and ancient books from which Ninnius professes to have drawn his information ex traditione veterum ex antiquis libris nostrorum. The third triad of the Hamgud series gives like the facsimile prefix to Gunn's translation of the Historia 28 as the number of ancient British cities. Although some of the names vary in these records, different copies, however, have extended the number of 33 and 35. The extraordinary bed of the Avon from the Bristol to the Severn is evidently as an immense cleft formed by some tremendous convulsion and Cair Ordonant, the city of the River. The Welsh name of that ancient city seems to support the hypothesis. All right, so they're talking about how all this evidence of something big happening there. All right. Whether this rupture was produced by an earthquake, similar to that recorded in the text, or by volcanic eruption, cannot now be determined further than that the agency of the latter may be rationally inferred from the proximity of Brandon Hill to it. I am informed by persons who have examined the district that the original course of the Avon through the Somersetshire from Nailsea near Bristol to its confluence with the Severn at Clevedon may still be traced. The above is appended to the genealogy of Eanstein, the son of Gwargon, Prince of Glamorgan, together with a short account of the accomplishments and achievements of the several princes. It includes the Iolo manuscripts, pages 340 to 341. Now it says here, the Psalms as well as the books of the prophets are full of allusions to this great convulsion accompanied by fire, a great shaking in the land of Israel, and the fire of the Lord may be understood as the disturbed formations, volcanic actions, and of modern geologists. The Quran refers to the inhabitants of the wood near Midian as having been destroyed, and of lofty towers that were thrown down. Oh, all right, you hear that? The Midian referred to is to be distinguished from the Midian by the Red Sea, which we first hear of as an existence in the time of Abraham, right? So that's over there in the Gulf of California, right? The true Red Sea. Most likely named after Midian, the son of Keturah. Midian, we understand it, was the land of the Midianite merchantmen who carried tin from Cornwall to Phoenicia and to other parts of the east. These Midianites, in company with Ishmaelites, the Midianites in company with Ishmaelites, are described in Genesis 37, 25 to 28 as coming from Gilead with their camels. All right, Gilead, Utah, is that in Utah with their camels? All right, America, that's where camels originated in North America. Did you know that? We've proven that. Just Google it right now. And bearing spicery and balm and myrrh to Egypt. What Egypt? Mississippi? What you talking about? Little Egypt? Probably influenced to do so from the family relationship that existed between them. For the brothers of Cush were Mizraim, all right, Menes or Menes, Mizraim, Menes, Phut or Phut, and Canaan. Egypt was the land of Mizraim, and Phut and Canaan are considered to have been nearly intermediate places. The supposed Cushite remains at Cashel bear striking resemblance to some of the Ninevite sculptures, Nergal or Nimrod, the winged lion, as exhibited in the British Museum, is a remarkable imitation of the winged lion of Cashel. All right, so these things are in museums, right? They're not in the actual place they supposedly found them, right? So how do we know where they really got them from? Because this one's in Britain. The purpose of our remarks upon the sons of Ham and their descendants in Western Europe is not to prove that the genesis of things was with them there more than with the sons of Japheth, and to an extent the sons of Shem. In fact, all that we have advanced about them goes only so far as to show that they were in Europe and left their marks before going to the east. All right, so what he just said is, even though he just told you that a lot of these people might be descendants of Japheth and Ham, he's only doing that to show you that these people also were in Europe at some point before they had it, because they were living under Japheth. He's the oldest, before they, went to their places or their lots, or as he's saying, before they go into the east, taking with them the ideas that developed monuments akin to those of the land of the cradle of their race. All right, where's that coming from? Amaruka. The Egyptian, Indian, and Arab monuments have their Celtic art affinities,
Just as the people of Egypt, India, and Arabia have Celtic relationship of speech, the principal characteristic of the ancient Irish style of architecture is observable in the architecture of these countries. Massive stones laid in irregular courses and doorways having sloping or inclining jambs. All right, so we continue in the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes, 1873. This is chapter 9, and it says here Cush and Nimrod. All right, Cush and Nimrod. Before we continue, just want to remind you again, they're just going over, possible relations and descendants in Europe of these people. And again, Ham is the progenitor of Cush and Canaan. It says Cush Ethiopians, Canaan Egyptians, or Mizraim, just in both of them, right? And you'll see Nimrod down here. Nimrod, right? Cush, Nimrod. All right, so we go back to the book again, chapter 9, Cush and Nimrod. It says the most influential and celebrated of the sons of Cush was Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord, the beginning of whose kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh. We have reserved from the order of our remarks upon the three latter places reference to Babel, until we treated of it in connection with Cush and Nimrod. Now remember that a lot of these places was actually built by Ashur, the son of Shem, the Assyrians, before Nimrod actually took over those places. There can be no doubt that to Semiramis was attributed a good deal of what was actually accomplished by Ninus. The testimony of Megasthenes, as preserved by Abidinus of Tyre, goes to show us that it was by Belus Babylon was surrounded with a wall, although some have represented that it was by Semiramis alone. This Belus may be distinguished from Bel, who began the city of and tower of Babel, for the reason that we are told Bel had to leave both unfinished. If so, he could not have surrounded the city with a wall. We may suppose, though, that Ninus, as the son of Cush, inherited his father's title of Bel, or the confounder. The explanation then is that Ninus, or Nimrod, for he is called both names and differently, was the first to consolidate the Babylonian Empire, right? So he was one of the first to consolidate the empire. That's why he gets the credit as the progenitor of all the, those cities. But again, remember, it was assured the Assyrians there first and go out from in scripture, and Nimrod eventually consolidated that whole place into the Babylonian Empire as we came to know it, and that he, like his father Cush, who must have left among the first Babylonians the impression of his greatness, was deified Bel, which word afterwards in most languages of Europe took the form of Belus. All right, they're talking about Nimrod. All right. According to Laird Rhea of Cybele, the tower-crowned goddess and goddess of fortification was a Babylonian goddess and the counterpart of the deity presiding over bulwarks and fortresses. Consequently, she originated with the mystical Semiramis, supposed queen of Nimrod or Ninus. To us, it is almost unnecessary in the present confused state of the question to Semiramis being the wife of Ninus or Nimrod, and especially as we have only proposed to treat a certain parts of the subject in this work, to offer any contribution towards the solution of the difficulty. However, as far as we can judge, it is quite possible that Semiramis was the mother, not wife of Nimrod or Ninus, and therefore the wife of Bel or Cush. The first remains of this Bel are to be found in the tradition, Druidic religion, mythology, stone monuments of Europe. Kronos or Saturn was Rhea's husband. Traced back to the original, we find that Kronos was no other than the first king of Babylon. All right, listen to this. Worshipped under the names of Bel and Baal. In the genuine copies of Eusebius, there is no mention made of any Belus, actual king of Assyria, before Ninus. So according to that authority, Kronos or Saturn was not only Cush, Bel or Baal, but Ninus or Nimrod. All right, listen. Under the name Kronos, Nimrod is known as king of the Cyclops, who were his brethren, and the inventors of tower building, Cyclopean. What may be in the general way deduced from the foregoing is that, with notwithstanding the different names under which Nimrod is represented, he inherited some of the nature and attributes of Bel or Cush, the confounder, which entitled him to be deified as his father was, and that he completed the tower and city of Babel, commenced by his father, who, if he conceived the building of this city and tower, may be fairly accredited with originating tower building, the invention of which is sometimes attributed to Nimrod. This may throw some light upon what are called the Cushite remains in Ireland, the round towers of that country. We continue in the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes, 1873. This is chapter 10, and it says here, Kuthites and Hyperboreans. Kuthites. Colonies of Hyperboreans, erroneously called Kuthites, reached as far as the Maotis at the north of the Euxine Sea and to the coast of the Adriatic. They extended their settlements to Asia and laid the foundation of the Ninevite and Babylonian monarchies. In prehistoric times, we have glimpses of them as having from the west of Europe gone northward over Scandinavia and Scythia and Europe, Russia. Many remaining in Umbria left their names afterwards remembered in association with the Mons Palatinos of Rome. They also went southward from the British Islands or country of Britain as an integral portion at one time perhaps of the continent to Iberia, Spain, and Mauritania. All right, listen to this. Hence, it is easy to conceive how they may have progressed along the north coast of Africa, making settlements in conjunction with the sons of Mizraim, and extending their influence into Asia Minor, Southern Asia, and Hindustan, the while of course mixing and drawing closer the ties of consanguinity with the people of Phut and Canaan and Seba and Havilah and Sapta, Ramah, and the other sons of Cush, of whom we know so little, but who must have in Egypt and in Hindustan, with a certain Semitic admixture race, Shemitic, created civilizations and empires. It may be as great as the Babylonian and Ninevite, and coexistent with them. Bryan says of the Hyperboreans, they were of the Titanic race and called Sindhi, a name, as I have shown, common among the Kuthites. The Skindi are one family of those who live upon the Maotis. Strabo speaks of them as called, among other names, Sauromatai. Those who live above the Euxine or Easter and Adriatic were formerly called Hyperboreans, and Sauromate and Arimaspians. These people were esteemed very sacred, and it is said that Apollo, when he was exiled from heaven and had his offspring slain, retired to their country. It seems he wept, and there was a tradition that every tear was amber. All right, and this is an example of what they're talking about, and things their so-called sages wrote. It says here, Apollo and Argonaut. It says they are sometimes represented as Arimaspians, and their chief priestesses were named Oespis Loksho and Hekarji, by whom the Hyperborean rites are said to have been brought to Delos. They never returned, but they took up their residence and officiated in the island, Delos. People from the same quarter are said to have come to Delphi in Phocis, and to have found out that the oracular seed of Apollo, Pausanias, produces from this the evidence of the ancient priestess Baal. He makes mention of Olin the Hyperborean as the first prophet of Delphi, and further says that the first temple of the deity was founded by him in conjunction with Pegasus and Agieusus. The Mons Palatinos at Rome was supposed to have been occupied by Hyperboreans. There was also an Hyperborean of great fame called Abaris, who is mentioned by Herodotus. He was the son of Zeus, styled Sutis, and is represented as very known in the art of divination and gifted with supernatural powers. Keene also gives what Brian quotes from Pherenicus, Scholia, and Pliny Olympius. He sang also of the Hyperboreans, who live in the extremities of the world, under the temple of Apollo, far removed from the din of war. They are celebrated as being of the ancient blood of Titans, and were a colony placed in this wintry climate by the Arimaspian monarch, the son of Boreas. All right. Another one says here the two most distant colonies of this family westward were upon the Atlantic Ocean, the one in Europe to the north, the other opposite of the extreme part of Africa. The country of the latter was Mauritania, whose inhabitants were at the Atlantic Ethiopians. They looked upon themselves as of the same family as the gods, and they were certainly descended from some of the first deified mortals. All right, you hear that? Those who occupied the province of Iberia, Spain, and Baetica on the other side went under the same titles and preserved the same histories as those who have been mentioned before. And he further remarks, although Ireland seems never to have entered Brian's mind as connected with Kuttite history, every sentence in these quotations respecting the Hyperboreans, when taken in connection with Irish records, seems to point to Ireland as the home of that people to whom ancient Greek authors refer as the Hyperboreans, page 235. For additional information on same subject, he refers to O'Brien's Round Towers, who quotes through Brian from Mr. Booth's translation of the notice respecting the Insula Hyperborea by Diodorus Siculus, page 396 and 397, O'Brien. And while we agree with Mr. Keene that Ireland never entered Mr. Brian's mind in connection with Kuttite history, still we cannot but find fault with the former attributing everything archaic, everything with Ninevite, Babylonian, and Egyptian resemblances in Ireland to the descendants of Cush. If we take the word Hyperborean as generally understood, it offers contradiction to this hyper, beyond, Boreas, north, beyond Boreas, or the north, example, an inhabitant of the north, or the district over which the descendants of Japhet are supposed to have gone. Therefore, a people not Hamitic as those of Cush undoubtedly were. But instead of Hyperborean, we read Heberborean, he's saying instead of hyper is Heber, Borean. We are then led to the consideration that of all names of countries, not one reminds us so much of Heber, and the Hebrew as Iberia, or as it was sometimes spelled Hiberia. The name Heber must have been familiar to the Phoenicians, who traded with Tarshish, the country of Heber, who gave his name to Hibernia. I remember Phoenicians and what we were reading earlier, Phoenician origin of the Britons, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons, all right? We're not going to generalize, but hey, it was making a connection here, right? The Phoenicians must have been familiar with Heber, who gave his name to Hibernia. The Greeks must have adopted the word from the Phoenicians, and as the country or countries of Heber was to be the earlier indeed to the latter Greeks, quite undefined beyond their knowledge. So it is possible, indeed likely, that the word hyper, beyond, had undergone a change with the Greeks even before the advent of Cecrops or Cadmus. All right, they changed it up, the Greeks. The latter did not bring the language of the people of the first states of Greece out of Phoenicia. It was to a great extent already being spoken there. He only brought them their alphabet. It may be necessary to offer a conjecture as to how Boreas became affixed to the word in question. The north of Europe, to the Greeks and Romans, as we hinted before, was as mysterious as the people who wandered there. So mysterious indeed that a race of residing in Western Europe were called the Hyperbori by them. Boreas is generally explained the northern wind, or bellowing wind. Hyperborea was unquestionably the land of the Druid and Bard. All right, the land of the Druid, Heber, whose religions was identical with that of the latter Hebrew, very identical to that of the Hebrew. Now, if we understand that in the Welsh language, P, B, and T are commutable letters, and in Irish, besides others, B and D, both tongues in this respect simply exemplifying the universal affection of sounds. We have some light thrown upon Bard, Druid, and Bruidy Irish, as having been the same in meaning. There is very little, if any, distinction between the original Bard or Druid. Derwid, Ja, Bard, Weird, Bald. Okay, I ain't gonna, read that, but the Druid is a Bard, according to the reason, nature, and necessity of things, and his office is to instruct. Bardubs in Pooh. If in the Irish and Welsh the term Bard was equivalent to Druid, the Greeks were not astray in rendering Druid Bard. And if they interpret Bruid by Boreas, all right, Bard is a Druid, right? So Bruidi by Boreas, from the word to their minds signifying as well as the northern or bellowing wind, the particular locality whence it came to them, they only used a very natural idiom, one that originated, perhaps from Bar in Celtic, which supplied the first idiom of the Greek. The top, because of the north or the region of Boreas, to them would appear away from above in the top as it were or north of their country. This view is strengthened by the fact that the Hyperboreans always sent their offerings southward. So as we have before noticed, their priestesses are said to have brought the Hyperborean rites to Delos, and people from their country to have gone to Delphi and Phocis and discovered the oracular seat of Apollo. If this be admitted, the country of the Hyperborean might equal reason have been called the country of the Heber Druids, the Heber Druids or the Heber Bards, the Heber Bards, Hyperborean Heber Bards, the priest poets, the not priest kings but priest poets, the Eber Bards, who according to Pausanias and others came into Greece and originated sacrifice and the mysteries of their faith there. The more the question of the distribution of the first races of mankind is studied, the more we are brought to the belief of the impossibility of arriving at anything certain as to where the sons of Noah remained longest in Europe. Yet no one who has looked for particulars and thought about the dispersion of Noah's family, but must be struck with evidences of their having been in Europe together, but judged by language and mythology, physical and psychological characteristics, by monumental stones or fossil remains, and separated from the necessity of prejudgment, we must be convinced by the overwhelming testimony in favor of the sons of Noah and their families having both settled and sojourned in Europe. All right, listen. Look north, south, east, and west from the pole to the pole over Europe, Asia, America, and again Europe. Speech, faith, hope, superstition, joy, and fear, inscribed stone and labored ornament, city, empire, prosperity, decline, and each emphatically proves the universal affinity of nations and of people and their handiworks. Shem, all right, now we're about to get into science. Shem was the father of all the sons of Heber, and we cannot possibly perceive how Iberia could have taken its name unless it was from Heber, Iberia, Iberia, or some one of his sons of the same name. The old Iberians were undoubtedly of the same race as the Hebrew, and whether they be called Celtic in common with those of the British Islands and Gaul or not, it make little matter, for the old Chaldean institutions, ceremonies, were druidical. Chaldean were druids. Chaldean institutions were druidical. Or conversely, if it be preferred, the old druidical institutions, ceremonies were Chaldean, if you like it like that better. All right, so we continue in the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes, 1873, and we're in chapter 11 now. And now we talk about the sons of Shem. All right, I know we mentioned the prosperity of Japhet and Ham, and where their descendants might have been and what influence they would have had in Europe. But now we're going to talk about
the sons of Shem and their influence in Europe. We already got, the drop on Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram, right? We're going to get it again. Again, this is chapter 11, the sons of Shem. It says here, the sons of Shem were Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The traces of them are numerous in Western Europe. Like the Kuttite and Japhetian, these are to be found in the comparison of their language, names of people and places. Monumental art remains. The names of people are perhaps as good evidence. If we accept the names of places which endure longest uncorrupted, as can be produced and proof of Semitic occupancy of Europe, the chief consideration then is to show how these remains are discoverable in the quarter indicated in a proportion that sets down as trifling what has been referred to in favor of Shem and his children distributing themselves over southern Asia prior to the settlement of Europe. There are fewer traces of the Elamites and the people of Ashur to be found in Europe, although they must have proceeded in their easterly course through it. It is not a little interesting to contemplate the pastoral staff or crook which is yet to be seen on their monuments, and the winged bull or Ashur, the traveler, suggested, as some believe, by the wings of the bull, just as the winged lion already referred to symbolize the mighty hunter. And think of thousands of years that have gone over the efforts of man, leaving almost untoothed links that prove the present but the sequence of his most remote existence. The people of Elam and Ashur took with them the remembrance of the deluge, which they have so well assisted in sending down to posterity in writing. The Ashur-bani Pal, so frequently represented in the stone remains of Asia, means literally in Irish Ashur of the white pal or mantle, identifying him with the white-robed priest or druids. Arphaxad. If Noah was represented under the form of a fish, Arphaxad was in Chaldea under that of a serpent. Alright, Arphaxad's people, they were the serpent. The serpent was an emblem of wisdom, and as such appropriately symbolic of the founder of the great Chaldean nation. In Celtic mythology, Arphaxad says of himself, I am a druid, I am an architect, I am a prophet, I am a serpent. Alright? And this is in Celtic mythology. Did you know there was an Arphaxad in Celtic mythology? Arphaxad is understood by the Welsh as Aed, Mard, father of Pridian, supposed by some instead Brute, to have been the origin of the name Britan. Alright? It is not usual to hear very learned people refer to the serpent as a Chaldean sign, and then dismiss the idea of it from their minds, little thinking how deeply interesting the investigation of the Chaldean sign would prove if they sought to view it by the light of bardic tradition and the researches of recent archaeologists. The serpent was not only a Chaldean, but an Israelitish sign, all right? The serpent is also an Israelitish sign, Chaldean and Israelite sign, the serpent, all right? We're not talking about demon or worshiping snakes here, right? You better read your scripture. Moses and the brass serpent, right? Dracons. What is a fiery serpent? Seraphim, all right? Preserved by them even down to the time of Hezekiah. The old form of the word Europe, Ur Ab, signifies a serpent, all right? Europe, Ur Ab, signifies a serpent. If, as it is generally admitted, this was a Chaldean emblem, who was it emblematic of but Arphaxad, the eldest son of Shem, the light and leader of the Chaldeans? All right, Arphaxad was worshipped as a god under the form of a serpent, and everywhere throughout Europe and into Asia and Egypt, the serpent is to be found cut upon stone and the principal feature in varieties of ornamental forms. Ireland, above other places in the world, is distinguished by the remains of the serpent in ornamental forms, conspicuous on gold and silver vessels, war instruments, on manuscripts, and in stone.
In Scotland also this serpent form is found upon her stones, bronze armlets, proving how general and at the same time mysterious must have been the serpent among the aboriginal inhabitants of Hibernia and Albion, among the Scytho-Europeans, the Scandinavians, the Greeks, whose red dragon, dragon of the Greeks according to Pausanias, was only a large snake, the people that formed the Roman states. Indeed, it may be said among all people, the serpent was a mysterious sign, and so its worship was the first form of idolatry in Europe after Arphashad. The pastoral staff or crook, as distinguished from the crozier, which is more correctly in the form of a cross, perhaps owes its origin to the serpent. All right, just like the Maya holding their staff, and it's a snake in the top part of the snake's head. All right, just like Moses grabbing the tail of a snake and it becomes a staff. That's scripture. There was in Dr. Petrie's collection a pastoral staff found in the last century at Cashel. Its handle form is that of a scaled serpent, turning round like a volute, with figures introduced in the center, and on the top part of the staff handle the figure of a fish. The pastoral staff used by the bishops of some Christian churches is to be traced to the Roman augur, then to the Etrurians, then to the Babylonians, who had it from Ashur, the son of Shem, all right, who with Nimrod and Elam went from Shinar to build Nineveh, all right? All three of them went and built Nineveh and its cities. It wasn't just Nimrod, remember. Their distinguished descendants of Shem are represented with this crook, as may be seen by any visitor to the Egyptian and Assyrian courts of the British Museum. Again, these ancient relics and artifacts are in Britain. They're not even in, how do you know where they really came from? Notices of the serpent or adder are to be found throughout Celtic mythology. The legends of Cumberland refer to the great worm. No doubt the serpent is meant. But we must not forget to notice here what is probably the greatest of all relics of serpent symbolism. We allude to the serpentine disposition of the 4,000 stones of Carnac in Brittany. Carnac is supposed to mean the cairn or grave of Ak, sometimes used for the word serpent, or may mean from the quantity of huge stones resembling a town, the town or city of Ak, or the serpent from Qatar, pronounced Kar, a town or city. Carnac is the most remarkable place in Armorica. Armorica. Another name for Brittany. All right, another name for what? For Brittany is what? Armorica, 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 Armorica. And has perhaps more extensive juridical remains than are to be found in any one place. Brittany is a land of Prydian, or Britain, as the word is given in English out of the Welsh. Prydian was known to the Welsh as the son of Aed, Mawar. The Irish is Armor, all right, from whom Armorica took its name. This patriarchal personage is known also to the Scotch, Irish, and Welsh as Arthur. Arthur Armorica, King. We're talking about what we talking about? Who is Prester John? But he seems to have been better known as the Great Ar or Armor. The word Mar in Welsh seems to have been substituted for Parshedic, literally Arphashad. The Arphashad in the same Celtic dialect means the honorable or great. In the Gaelic expresses supreme power. All right, that's what it means. Josephus says, Arphashad named the Arphashadites, who are now called the Chaldeans. All right, quoting Josephus, we got that in the last video, right? We went right to the book, his original book, Josephus's writings, where he named the Chaldeans, basically the descendants of Arphashad or Arphashadites, he called them, who are now called Chaldeans. The Chaldees, remember who are the Chaldees? The Chaldees we read earlier, right? That's what they were calling themselves, the Picts, right? In that other book, the Picts and the Chaldees are the ancient Chaldeans of Mesopotamia. Remember, so-called Mesopotamia. The Chaldees, as we will show, were descended from them. The Ad of the Quran, who is associated with the people of Noah, and of the Tamud, and of Abraham, and of the inhabitants of Madian, One of the cities which were overthrown was evidently Arphaxad, all right? Arphaxad, all these people are from Arphaxad. Arphaxad, that's where Moses went. Continues says, Pite or Picti, Pict are derived from Fashad. Fashad, Pict, Fashad, or are other forms of the word. You see this? The Picts are descendants of Fashad or Afashad. Fashad, Picti, Pite, Pict are derived from Fashad or are other forms of the word. The prefix supplied, and we have the Arphaxad of Genesis and Josephus. Therefore, the Picti, apart from the old notion of the painted people of the early history of Scotland, means a people of power, honor, and greatness. All right, that's what Picti means. The people from Fashad, the people from Arphaxad. This is deep because in the other book we read earlier, this is really deep. How you guys remember, it was telling you that they were different people. These Picts who they eventually started naming Celts, right? Celts or Celts. They weren't the same as the Gaulish people or the Gomara people from Gomer or the Cimbri or even the Iberians that were coming up as Celts. All right, they were different people. Now we see who they were. They were coming from Shem or Arphaxad, the Picts. All right, they were coming from Shem. These great people. All right, meaning great people, honor and greatness. The painted people, the ones with the tattoos, the painted people of early history of Scotland. All right, the original indigenous people, they came from Arphaxad. Arphaxad then was the first druid, architect, prophet, and serpent of tradition and history. That's a big one right there. Now I'm gonna show you something, guys. I'm gonna show you something, and this is from so-called the fictional world of King Arthur, right? But now we know what King Arthur means, right? Now we know what King Arthur means. So check this out. All right, so
Yeah.
I don't remember what.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoying. A lot of drop, a lot of drop being dropped here by Kurimeo. Hope you guys enjoying. Yeah, it's a lot of information. Thanks for tuning in. I told you we're going through the 13 chapters today, and don't worry, we guys are almost done. You guys kind of not. You guys can chill a little bit more. Don't worry, let's go.
I was searching for in Google that I came across this, but this was under one of King Arthur's myths of the Round Table. The families, one of the families of persons or knights was Arphaxad Legros, and this is the one. This is his symbol. As you know, this symbol has been on many family crests in Europe. We know this goes back to a very ancient symbol. What is the emblem of the Garden of Eden? The Tav, or the Hebrew Tav, as they call the cross. What's it doing under Arphaxad, right? Well, he is the son of Shem, right? It makes sense. People coming from the Garden of Eden, right? Noah, one of his grandfathers, right? His actual grandfather, Noah, coming from the actual Garden of Eden, or the place where they were the antediluvians, right? X marks the spot, right? So I thought this was very interesting to see. So if you see the symbol again, this could be way more than myth, as they want to put everything in these stories, right? So they make these things into myths. So as you can see in the story of King Arthur, you have Arphaxad too, as one of the families or founders represented in the Round Table. And this is his symbol. So you can Google this, Arphaxad Legros, as you can see it for yourself. I'm going to go back to the book. So again, Arphaxad was then the first druid or architect, prophet, and serpent of tradition and history. He's of the Picti people. Picts, the Picts are from Fashad, all right? Now you know who the ancient Picts are, of people of Shem. There could be nothing more suggestive of the countries of the Celt, especially Ireland, than these attributes of Arphaxad. The mind dwells upon the Druid and his mysterious but grand worship. It turns to the knowledge of the Celtic architectural wonders, distributed over Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales, and France, conceives that the main business of the Druid was to augur prophecy and interpret omens, and to preserve, as was the case, more especially in Ireland, veneration of the serpent. When St. Patrick is said to have banished the snakes out of Ireland, I remember
And I know a lot of you associated that to your people being thrown out of Ireland. Well, now you understand on a deeper level, talking about the descendants of Arphashad or Shem. When St. Patrick is said to have banished the snakes out of Ireland, it may be understood as a figurative way of expressing that he abolished serpent worship. Not just serpent worship, but he got rid of the people, right? Yet it is curious to observe how the remains of the serpent form lingered in the minds of the cloistered monks who have given us such unparalleled specimens of ornamental initial letters as are preserved in the books of Kells and Ballymote, etc. Lud, Arphashad, and Aram would seem to have been neighbors as well as brothers, as appears from the altars of Lud. Lud was nearly the old name of Normandy, adjacent to Armorica. All right, the Normans are from Lud, Armorica. The names derived from Lud are principally found in Scotland and Wales, although others are to be found throughout Europe, such as the Luc Dunum, the ancient Batavorum, and now called Leyden, the Trojani Ludi, games celebrated in the Roman circus and said to have been instituted by Aeneas, are, it is remarkable, remembered in Wales at the present day. All right? The children there play at the game of Troy, and it is the opinion of many lettered Welshmen that the site of the siege of Troy is to be found in Britain. Anim Dro, of the race of Prydain, is identified by them as Aeneas. There are perhaps more wonderful things in connection with the story of Troy to be found in Welsh tradition than can be summoned out of the Greek and Roman classics, all right? They're letting you know here's some drop. The name Aram, the last son of Shem, is apparently prefixed to the word Arimaspian, another title of the Hyperborean as already noticed, all right? So you see these Hyper or Heber, these are just all sons of Shem, all right? Heber is a son of Shem, descendant of Shem. Aram and the Aramites, all right, descendants of Shem. The Arimespians, known to Pliny, people dwelling near rivers of the tribe of Aram, mixed with those called Hyperboreans, descendants of Arphashad. They were also dwellers in Padan Aram, sometimes understood as part of Aram Naharam, and at other times as the entire of it, or Chaldea, all right? So where we get Aramaic too, Aramaic, which is the son of Shem, same language that Eber was speaking, but eventually Aram's people, they were part of the confusion of the tongues. You know, Eber was the only one that separated, maintaining the original language. We're talking about the same people and nations. Josephus says, Uz, one of the sons of Aram, all right, Uz or Oz, right, Uz or Oz, one of the sons of Aram, Oz, Uz, founded Trachonitis and Damascus, all right? These are all descendants of Shem. Who founded Damascus? A descendant of Shem, Uz or Oz. He spells Hul, Ul. Like the Wizard of Oz, huh? This person, he tells us, founded Armenia. The name is preserved in the word Ulster, Ulswater, and Hull, all right? That's the same person, Uz or Uz or Oz, a descendant of Aram, a descendant of Shem, all right? Of the third son of Aram, Gether, we know little beyond what Josephus informs. He founded the Bactrians. If so, their country lays claim to as ancient a prosperity as any probably in Asia. Bactria was the first entrepot of trade that we hear of there, and is distinguished for having been the seat of the religion of Zoroaster, magic, astrology, and fire worship, so characteristic of the Chaldeans and the original Irish. The Jewish historian further makes us aware that Mash, the next son of Aram, was Messa, all right, Mash or Messa, and says he founded the Messenians, now called Charax Spasini. We next turn more particularly to the sons of Arphashad, having devoted considerable space to his brothers and their children. All right, so we're going to a descendant of Arphaxad, which is the next chapter, which is Salah. All right, so again, we're in the 1611 King James Bible, where they have this genealogical chart of the nations. Pretty good chart. Even tells you where you can find it in the Bible and some of them. So again, sons of Shem, we have Ashur, the progenitor of Assyrians, Elam of the Persians, right? Arphaxad of Salah, we're about to read. Lud, remember Lud, the Lydians, Lud, and also London, the founder of London, Lud, Aram, and the Aramites, and we just saw other descendants of Aram. So again, I think we have one more chapter left in us today, and we're still in the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees by Anna Wilkes from 1873, and we're all the way in chapter 12. And again, Salah, remember Salah, again, a descendant Salah of Arphaxad, who is a son of Shem, right? And Salah is actually the dad or father of Eber, of the Hebrews, Eber. All right, let's go. It says Salah, Shalah, or Saleh. Different spellings of the name according to respectively Luke 3:35, Genesis 11:12, Chronicles 1:18, and the Quran, chapter 7, page 124, etc. As the son of Arphaxad, Salah has left considerable marks of his existence in Europe. One of the oldest druidical seats in Britain is Car Saluk, now called Salisbury, retaining the name of Salah in both these forms. The latter form of the word is almost preserved as applied to the crags near Arthur's Seat, Edinburgh, Salisbury Crags. The record of bancours, or places of meeting for the white-robed singers or priests, as preserved in the Welsh, point to Salisbury as one of the most important of the druidical circles. The next most remarkable circle is Car Ivroch, Hebroch, Eboricum, the old name of York, the city of Heber, as it was known from, no doubt, a Heber descendant of Salah. All right, again, Eboricum, right? And somebody put on me to the job, Boricua. And when I read that Eboricum in the last video, I also thought the same thing. That sounds like Boricua, Eboricua. The old name of York, the city of Hebroch, as it was known from, no doubt a Heber descendant of Salah. It is rather remarkable fact that almost always are built on the sites of the old cars or sars or seats of the Druids, the cathedrals of modern times, such as Salisbury, York, Canterbury, Winchester, Gloucester, Carlisle, Manchester, Worcester, Chester, Warwick, Lincoln, Chichester, and many others. All right, so it is very interesting that these places where we know were known Druid seats actually happen to be where all these cathedrals are today, right? Remember, these are from an ancient world. They're just recycling these buildings, all right? We know that. It says the seats of 3 arch-druids were as before referred to Lud or London. Remember Lud, the son of Shem, Evroch or York, and Carleon in Monmouthshire. One of the descendants of Heber was Levi. Levi or Lewis is a Celtic word. Jacob names one of his sons Levi. This word Levi or Lewis is in Gaelic Leub. All right, so very interesting. Where did Jacob get the inspiration to name one of his sons Levi? And Lewis is in Gaelic Leub or Lud, right? From his descendant uncle, right? Its Semitic meaning is generally understood to be reader or priest, right? The name is more frequently known as Lewis and is in use among the Freemasons of the present day, their order having preserved much of the Arphaxadite teaching. All right, Freemasons preserve what? The Arphaxadite teachings. The eldest son of a Mason is called a Lewis. All right, deep, just drop right here, deep drop. Many families in Europe bear names distinctively pointing to a Levite origin, such as Lewis, Levi, Levison,
etc., and are more especially peculiar to England. The island of Lewis in the Hebrides, Lewes and Sussex, Lewisham near London are places that prove in their names their Celto-Iberian origin. The name Looped Bat Gaelic points to Levites of the Mosaic dispensation, reminding us of the architects whose firstborn sons were dedicated to the service of the temple. The early holy circle of men of the Ekdracht, of druids, or the unhewn stone altars were singers or men of the chores or choirs, singers, reciters, and readers or readers. The word Levite expresses this. The custom of consecrating the firstborn son of each family of the Chaldeans to God was preserved by the Jews and can be traced to have originated with the early Druids, the great priesthood of Arphaxad, and the early teachings of this body consisted of the right keeping of the records of the Chaldean rule. The uninitiated can perceive alone from the outward forms and symbols of Freemasonry that there is much in it that originated with the Chaldean mysteries and teachings of the Druids. The three rays of light, symbolizing the name of the Most High God, formed us, and the circle, the ark, the temple of the sun, the moon, and the stars, the signs of the zodiac, reference to the mariners of the ark, and their first Grand Master, who was followed by sons of May, Templars, Knights of St. John, Oannes, and the Grand Cross refer directly to the religion of Noah. All right, you hear this? Oannes, John, St. John, Oannes, St. John, Prestige John. What we going on? The Grand Cross. We're talking about Templars. Who's the original Templars? Grand Masters. What's going on here? Directly to the religion of Noah and his sons. The Mason of today is instructed in the forms and rites and mysteries of the diviners and druids. All right, deep. The diviners and druids of the past have bequeathed to the present much that is to be learned by the educated. Eboricum, one of the grand seats of the Chaldean faith, and then chief city of Britain, was the center of Chaldean power. Listen, because we already got this. This was happening there in England. Chaldean power, right? Eboricum. And Hebrews have held possessions there from the most ancient times, as is well known, that the Chaldean Hebrews were joined by numbers of the children of Israel, and the identity of the old house was lost in that way. There is no doubt, neither should we have any hesitation in saying that the Chaldee or Kuldee, remember the pigs, held the faith of the Hebrew pure for many ages before and until sometime after the establishment of Christianity. Those who held the old faith of the Essenians accepted Jesus of Nazareth as a prophet and mediator, and did so still holding the Hebrew observances of times, Sabbaths, and ancient seasons, which are proven by the calendars of the feast and fast. The ancient Jewish customs, as known to us, corroborate what is asserted that the old Celts were no other than Chaldean. All right, the Jewish customs prove this. He's letting you know this is a major drop. You know, we're learning, we're reading, we're trying to put all this together. Shout out again to Big Judah. It's all connected. We're all connecting the dots, right? The ancient Jewish customs, as known to us, corroborate what is asserted that the old Celts, we're not talking about those new Cymri Celts, the Gaelish, the Japhets and the Hamites that were eventually also bunched under and grouped under Celts. We're talking about the old Celts were no other than Chaldean, and consequently the fathers of Israel. The old Cornish contains as much or more Hebrew than the Welsh. All right, the old Cornish again contains as much or more Hebrew than the Welsh. All right, as much Hebrew. When they saying right here, Chaldean are the fathers of Israel, and people feel a certain way, remember where Abraham was born and where his parents were. Remember, Chaldea, right? He came out of Chaldea. That's what they're talking about. Isn't he the father of all of the Hebrews?
right? Same thing. And now again, major drop. Cornish language contains so much or more Hebrew than the Welsh. The wording of a release given in the time of one of the Henrys, and which is signed by Joachai or Kent or and Jorin, his brother Jew or Jork, says, "We, the undersigned, declare that the prior and the convent of Durham are released from us and from our heirs and from all Jews after us from the creation of the world to the feast of the Piers and Paul. The tenure of these men of York, in their own eyes, must have been a most ancient one. The above is taken from a stara or Jewish covenant of Durham, which was noticed in the Jewish Chronicle sometime about July of last year. It is only one of many such like deeds that go to prove the ancient people of God to have been long holders of property in England." All right, they've been there. The people of God, right? The ancient people of God of Hawa. They had land where? In England. The persecution and shameful manner of defrauding, banishing, and preventing them from retaining their ancient land holdings are matters that disgrace many pages of English history. That's major drop right here. You hear that? That's major drop. What's going on? Continuing, it says the deathbed of William the Conqueror was not the only one haunted by remembrances of cruelty and injustice done to the house of Israel. Listen, this is major drop here. He only followed the steps of the Romans, who had for centuries striven to extirpate the Druids and priests and Levites, who crowded the bankers and filled the cities of the harpers of the Hyperboreans. It was one thing to change the names of the places and try to Latinize and alter everything, but the hearts of the Celtic people could not be changed. The bards, coarbs, and druids kept their faith and handed it down to their children in verses that have gone up to the Most High ever since Shinar was first peopled. The Psalter of old Sarum, Salisbury is no new song, and Asaph and Daniel and David were names known long before the time of Psalms were collected by the son of Jesse. The laws of Duinwal Moelmud are the laws of Daniel, who lived long anterior to the Chaldean prophet, who was delivered from the lion's den. Daniel of Bangor was founder of a choir of Levites before this Chaldean prophet was born. Sons of the Daniel first mentioned are the MacDaniels. All right, listen, this is deep. This is deep right here. This is a lot of good drop right here. You know, I'm reading and learning with you guys. I've never read this before. This is deep. So I'm also trying to analyze what I'm reading. Hope you guys are doing the same. It says here, the sons of Daniel first mentioned are the MacDaniels, the Daniels, the MacDonalds, the Dinevals, etc. The wars of the MacDonalds and MacLloyds of the Isles, as referred to elsewhere in this work, were of particular significance, far beyond what is generally understood of them by the student of Earth's history. The ancient people referred to by the Venerable Bedi as Chaldees were composed of many of the above families. This description identifies them with the Essenians and Therapeutes. A few more words about Salah, the recurrence of the name so frequently in the Psalms, and the singularity of its position throughout has puzzled many. It stands separate in the Psalms. All right, remember that word is like a break in between the Psalms. So, for example, the earth and all its inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. And then it just continues like all of a sudden, but doesn't explain why Selah is there. So that's what they're talking about. All right. The Arabs of Joktan took with them numerous legends of Salah to their country, as we know it in the present day, Arabia, and to Europe again with Mahomet. To the Mahometan, the story of Salah is quite familiar. He is represented by them to be of the land of the ancient Arab. All right, so again, where is Salah from? Well, the land of the ancient Arab. Who's the ancient Arabs, right? Ishmael, right? Ishmael is the son of Abraham, right? Right? Chaldea, where was Abraham from? Chaldea, Ireland. Ireland of the Chaldees, Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees. Again,
To the Mahometan, the story of Salah is quite familiar. He is represented by them to be the land of the ancient Arab. This must not be understood as the dwelling place, but the land from which they first migrated. Where is Ishmael's dad from again? Abraham? From Shinar or Chaldea, right? The part of Shinar called Irem. Irem, remember, we read this in the last video, that even in Arab history, they're literally saying Ireland, they're calling it Aram, where they came from, right? The Ishmaelites, Iram, right? Or Abraham, Iram, Ireland, near or in which was Al-Ras, Madian, in fact, the land of Ad and Tamud, which means of Arfashad, Ayed Mar, remember, look at all the correlations, and of Terah, the father of Abraham. All right, Arfashad, the land of Arfashad, and of Terah and Abraham. That was in Ireland. That was in Ireland. All right, some places of consequence in Europe yet retain the name of Salah. Salah, a town of Thrace near the mouth of the Hebrews, Salamis or Salamina, a town of the east of Cyprus, Salapia, a town of Apulia, to which Hannibal retired after the Battle of Cannae, Salara, a town of Africa, Propia, taken by Scipio, and Salamanca in Spain. The Salasi, a people of Cipaulsan Gaul, were descended of Salah, Salasi, Salah. There are some names of people corresponding to Salah, Salah, Salaman, and perhaps Solomon and Saleh. All right, so Salah, Salazar, Salah. All right, so we're gonna end it here for today. And you know, that was a great job. We're gonna get into chapter 13 on the next video, and possibly some more other books. Remember, we read this book. We're gonna get into more of this book and other videos. This one in ancient Britons, and we're gonna break down all these people that were in this part of the world as well, and how they were connected to the ancient promised land, the true old world, Amaruka, the sons of Shem, right? The sons of Shem.
So, oh, this whole time, this whole time I was reading, guys. I don't know if you guys saw. My fault, guys. My fault. So yeah, Haiti, the land of Haiti, as I was reading right here in my video, Secret Cities of Old South America, Chapter 2. That the Trinidadians said, hey, I remember a time when the land was still part of the largest country in the world. This was at a time when there was no sea at all. This great antediluvian country or continent the natives called Haiti, pronounced almost exactly as Haiti or Ireland. All right, Trinidadian myths. Yeah, I was muted. My fault. My fault. My fault. At least you had the music going. So I was saying, thanks for being here this whole time. Uh, I gave a whole speech and everything. I do this a lot, guys. Don't worry. You get used to me. I'll be doing this in the live. That's why I'd rather pre-record sometimes. So we're gonna go into the third part here. We got only about 20 more minutes. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. All right. We were able to get a little break in the intermediate right there. So we're gonna go into chapter 13, the final. Well, not actually, not the final. There's 14 chapters. So we're gonna go into the final chapter for today. Yeah, you believe it or not, you guys read 12 chapters. Give yourself a pat on the back. Yeah, Peter, you already know. So let's go with the third installment right here. Sorry about that. Sorry about the music.
Ah, hey, much love and respect to everybody that's tuned in. This book we was reading, great topic here. The book that we're reading, even though they call it, many chapters of this book. Yeah, so I wanted to share this. I thought this book was interesting, even though they call it a fictional story. It's called The Islands of Chaldea, right? Chaldea. Chaldea is in Ireland, right? Or the British Isles, Babylon, Shinar is in Europe. Remember the previous chapters? And this is by Diana Wynne Jones, The Islands of Chaldea. This is the islands, and it looks like the British Islands, right? Just a little backwards, like England on this side. And let me just show you what I'm talking about. So you see what I'm saying? So this long side on this side, instead on this side, and it just split apart a little bit. Let's go back. Just split apart a little bit right here. But as you see, it goes all the way down with the hook. Look it down, and then the little island on the side. This is the island on the side. But to me, it looks just like the British Isles. And it's not talking about the Middle East in this book. All right. Again, looks a lot like the British Isles. In the book Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees. Again, chapter 13, Hebrew. Chapter 13. Right? We know biblically that's one of the progenitors, they say, of the Hebrews, right? Known both in the Hebrew, Islamic traditions and other traditions all over the world. It says here the Irish records and traditions agree that Heber came from Iberia and that the south of Ireland was his portion. All right, they're saying that Heber came from Spain and Portugal, Iberia, that area, the Mediterranean. It says here, Heber took the south of Erie. The order was so agreed on, with its activity, with its power, with its harmony, with its victims, with its grandeur, with its hospitality, with its vivacity, combined with hardiness, with its loveliness and its purity. So Nennius gives it. Heber is described as a crowned horseman. This Heber, or another one of the name, was the precursor of tribes of Arads or Arabs. All right, you see that? Different letters, D or B. The D is used for B in many of the old Irish manuscripts, all right? Arabs, as well as in modern Irish books. Nennius, page 257, speaks on corporate Arad, Ared Tyre, Arad Shalak. Again in the same book, these tribes are called Kerfi Arad, Arad Tiri, Arad Kliak. O'Donovan describes them as the tribes settled in Duhara and Tipperary. Ninius, page 569, says the descendants of Eber are Egonots in every place. Interesting words, Egonots. It almost sounds like Huguenots. And at Anti-Lock Line, Cassell, Glendamarin, and Ross are guide, Ikide of Rafling without oppression, magnificent their apparel. Says here, in the days of the sons of Heber, right? On the sons of Heber, biblically, right there, Joktan and Peleg, just like it says here, Joktan, Jukatan, Joktan, and Peleg, there was a division of the earth. That is to say, countries were apportioned them, right? So you know, biblically, it says that in the days of Peleg, the earth was divided, right? We can take that physically, symbolically, or as they're saying here, is when the countries were apportioned them. Peleg is believed by some to be Pelasgus, and therefore that Greece was settled in by his people. Peleg is in the Bible sometimes called Phalek, all right? Joktan took a tribe into Arabia, the Arab al-Ariba, the genuine Arab, the Arab al-Ariba, all right? Joktan, the genuine Arab, claimed to be a son of Joktan. He claimed to be a son of Joktan, the son of Heber. He prides himself upon being a purer blood than the Ishmaelite Arab. Purer blood than the Ishmaelites, right? Because that's what they're saying that all the Arabs come from. But they're saying there's actually one that's more pure way before, that's the son of Joktan, a son of Heber, a grandson. All right, Ishmaelites are son, basically of Ishmael, a son of Abraham, biblically. Continues, says, to the Arabs, generally Heber is known as Hud, and they narrate many Celtic traditions and superstitions, all right? They have Celtic traditions and superstitions, they're saying, the Arabs. We give a few of them. There was in Old Gaul a common belief among the people that if witches tied knots in a cord and breathed upon them,
Come on, Kurimeo, get it together. Saying that's definitely true, saying.
uttering at the same time words of mystery, they would reduce the mind and body of the person they wish to injure. In France, in the present day, there is a relic of this superstition called Ur Of The It is referred to in the Quran. All right, they also have this in the Quran. Remember, this is an old Gaelic legend. In the name of the most merciful God, say, I fly for refuge unto the Lord of the daybreak, that he may deliver me from the mischief of those things which he has created, and from the mischief of the night when it cometh on, and from the mischief of women blowing on nuts. All right, women blowing on nuts, just like the old Gael, all right, tradition of witches tied nuts in a cord and breathed upon them. It's the same thing they're showing you. The followers of the prophet, according to Savary, have an implicit faith in the words contained in these two chapters. They consider them as sovereign specific against magic, lunar influences, and the temptations of the evil spirit. They never fail to repeat them evening and morning. There is another Arabic tradition reflecting upon an Irish one. It is about the birds of Ras Dela in the Quran Al-Ras. We give Mr. Salih's notes upon it. The commentators are at a loss where to place Al-Ras. According to one opinion, it was the name of a well, as the word signifies near Midian, about which some idolaters, having fixed their habitations, the prophet Shoaib was sent to preach to them. But they not believing on him, the well fell in, and they and their houses were all swallowed up. Another supposes it to have been a town, Jamama, where a remnant of the Tamudites settled, to whom a prophet was also sent, but they slaying him were utterly destroyed. Another thinks it was a well near Antioch, where Habib al-Najjar, whose tomb is still to be seen there, being frequently visited by the Mohammedans, was martyred. And a fourth takes Al-Ras to be a well in Hadramaut, by which dwelt some idolatrous Tamudites, whose prophet was Hanha or Kantala, for I find the name written both ways, Ibn Safwan. These people were first annoyed by certain monstrous birds called Anka, which lodged in the mountain above them and used to snatch away their children, large birds, when they wanted other prey. But this calamity was so far from humbling them that on their prophet's calling it down a judgment upon them, they killed him and were all destroyed. This is in the Quran, entitled Al-Furqan, revealed at Mecca. Now let us see how the Irish tale resembles this. Then we will conclude that inasmuch as the commentators could not find Al-Ras in the east, it is beyond any doubt the Ras Dela of Ireland. Alright, that's where it is. The Ras Dela of Ireland is Al-Ras. From the Irish version of Nennius, published by the Irish Archaeological Society, we take the following account in connection with Ras Dela, of one of the wonders of Eri. It is according to the book of Leinster or Glendalough, a belfry of fire which was seen at Rosdella during the space of 9 hours, and blackbirds without number, coming out and going into it. One great bird was among them, and the smaller birds used to nestle in his feathers when they went into the belfry. And they all came out together, and they took up dogs with them in their talons, and they let them drop down to earth, and they died. The birds flew away from the place afterwards, and the wood upon which they perched bent under them to the ground, and the oak upon which the said great bird perched was carried by him by the roots out of the earth, and where they went to it not known. Rasdella, the place where the miraculous tower of fire was seen, is very little altered in name. It is now Rosdala, a townland in the parish of Douro, near Kilbegan, county of Westmeath. The four masters in the year 1054 described the phenomenon, a belfry of fire seen in the air over Ras Diala on the Sunday of the feast of Saint Gurgi or George. For 5 hours, black birds, innumerable, passing into and out of, and one large bird in the middle of them, right? So large birds, just like the Quran people were saying, and the little birds went under his wings when they went into the belfry. About 20 times the saying, remember Ad and Tamud, and those who dwelt at Al-Ras, is repeated in the Quran. The wood near Madian, the cities and lofty castles that were overthrown, and many other particular allusions in the same book point to Ireland as the country in which was Al-Ras. All right, you hear what they're telling you, that those parts in the Quran, they're talking about this ancient time in Ireland and Ireland as a place. We will leave it to the reader to decide for himself whether it was in Ireland. It is to our mind impossible to disbelieve the Semitic affinity of the early Celt, which the above goes to prove. It is beyond question that the Arab knows Hebrew as Hud, and worthy of notice that the country of Eboricum, remember that, Eboricum, Yorkshire, is thought to have taken this later name from Joktan. There is Ja'uk mentioned in the Quran, and by some believed to be no other than Joktan, the leader of the Arab al-Arab. Joktan, the leader of the Arab al-Arab. We have said another name of Hebrew was Hud. This name remains plentifully enough in the British Islands, especially in Yorkshire. Now listen to this. The Quran people, the Islamic and Muslim, they call Hebrew Hud. Now look at these words in the British Islands. Hudswell, right? Hudswell, Huddersfield, Huttnell, Huddington, Huddleston are places in Yorkshire. And the family name Hudson is not only found there by the hundred, but in most parts of England. There are many also of the name Huddleston. In the Irish calendar of saints, there is a Mochude, which appears to have kindred resemblances to the original Hood. There is beside a makod, Latinized mock good, referred to in the additional notes to the Irish Nennius, page 3, but the explanation of it is peculiar. Manchester in Warwickshire, or Manchester. In the Irish legendary accounts of Heber, there is a much that may be regarded as genuine history. There is much. A great deal of Keating's history of Ireland remains indisputably true, while other parts of it may be questioned, and some things altogether disbelieved. But although we have not endeavored to show much to prove the identity of the Heber of Genesis and the Irish Heber, still we cannot but think that it is quite possible they may have been the same person. Some accounts state that the Irish Heber is said to have reigned BC 2007-37, while others about 1,000 years before, and the Heber of Genesis somewhere near BC 2260. At any rate, we are told that his son Peleg was born in 2247 BC, when his father was 34 years of age. All right, so we got to dodge the hijack with their chronologies, remember? We're going to have a future video about this. We're going to question their chronologies, all right? In 1883, before the Christian era, the Pelasgi are said to have entered the Peloponnesus and inhabited Argolus. It has been argued of late, and with some show of reason, that Peleg settled in Greece, and that he was no other than Pelasgus. It is a strange fact that some Irish accounts say the Grecians were called in Old Irish Goethil, Gael. We have not ourselves seen this anywhere but in Keating, but it is true, it goes to strengthen our opinion that the Greeks and their tongue were descended from the Gaelic family and language of Heber. After taking of the attempt of Nimrod to erect the Tower of Babel, and the consequent confusion of speech, Keating says, but the wisdom of God thought fit to preserve the genuine and original language, which was the Hebrew, in the family of Heber, from whom it was called the Hebrew tongue. All right? His language was not confused, as the legend goes. Heber and his family separated from the building of the Tower of Babel. So his family's language was not confused or lost. He got to keep the original language, as they called it, so-called Hebrew. All right? Whatever you want to call it, Canaanite, Phoenician, it's the same one. And for opposing the designs of Nimrod, he furthermore relates, the faithful Heber for his piety was rewarded with continuance of the original speech, and his own family, who preserved it uncorrupt, and in its native purity delivered it to the posterity. Bearing in mind the comparatively small period of time between the two Hebers, according to one of the citations already quoted, and the difference may be accounted for by inexactness of the chroniclers, of the Druid and the Jew, there is not much to decide us against believing that both Hebers are identical. The land of Heber and the Hebrew, where is it, if not in Western Europe? The Hebrews, of course, had possessions in the East, but the signs of them remaining there are few indeed as compared to those appealing to us for recognition in the West of the two continents. And that's a lot closer to America, right? In the next part of this series, just want to remind everybody that even in the Bible, there was a couple of Hebers. As it says here, the name of Heber, there are 4 Hebers in the Bible. It says there's a son of Beriah, son of Asher, son of Jacob, with Silpha. The progeny of the Heber became known as the Heberites, Numbers 26:45. It says here, a Kenite descendant of the cousin of Moses and husband of Jael, who killed Sisera, in Judges 4:24, a descendant of Judah. 1 Chronicles 4:18, all right? A Benjaminite, 1 Chronicles 8:17, all right? So I know we're reading about Heber in Irish legends. So we're going to read right now. It says here, the Encyclopedia of Celtic Mythology and Folklore by Patrician Monaghan, all right? Go real quick to a part right here. It says Eber. It says Irish hero. In the Book of Invasion, several characters bear this name, which may be derived from the similarly named Heber in the biblical book of Genesis. The most important was Eber, Finn, chief of the Milesians, and son of the eponymous Mil de Spain, Mil of Spain of the Spanish soldier. After his people's defeat of the magical race, the Tuatha de Danann, or the tribe of Dan, Eber was granted the southern half of the country, while his brother Erimon was awarded the north. Eber, unhappy with the division and believing his portion to be smaller than Erimon's, mounted an unsuccessful war in which he was killed. Another character of this name, Eber Dunn, was Eber Finn's envious older brother. He played but a small role in Irish myth and was often conflated with the king of death, Dawn. Many different connections with the Celtic and the Hebrew, as we read in the previous chapters. A lot of websites talking about, as you see here, Hebrew-Celtic connection. Another one here, early Hebraic practices of the Celtics people. There's a good little article. Again, we're going to get into all that stuff, the origin of the pigs and gals. Again, see the previous chapters of the book. Just want to show you guys what we've already gone over in chapter 1, the extent of Chaldea, its situation not in the east. Chapter 2, remarks on the sons of Noah and their tongues. Chapter 3, Shinar is Europe, all right? Summer, Shinar. All right, Chaldea is in Western Europe, references to the religion of the Chaldees. The word Kalne and Chaldea, Chalnea, Caledonians. All right, chapter 5, Ur of the Chaldees, reference to Ireland as Ur. All right, Ur is in Ireland. Chapter 6, the cross of Chaldea symbol. Chapter 7, the sons of Noah and their descendants. All right, and it goes through chapter 8, the sons of Ham and his descendants in Western Europe. Prophecy against the idols in retrospect of Habakkuk. Again, we've read all these chapters, all right? Cush and Nimrod. Chapter 10, Cushites and Hyperboreans. Chapter 11, the sons of Shem. Chapter 12, Salah. And of course, chapter 13, what we read today, Heber, all right? So I hope you enjoyed the video again. Just want to read that chapter real quick. Again, not a long video, just wanted to get that out the way so we can continue with the next parts. We'll come with a lot more videos, a lot more topics. Stay tuned. Wow. Okay, Heber, all right?
Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for tuning in. That was 13 chapters of that book, a little bit of more information. We're going to go ahead and read the final chapter of this book this week for sure. Thanks for those who stuck around the whole time. Thanks to the anybody who donated. Thanks to the patrons. Thanks to all the moderators and anybody who just kept it respectful. And I love the chatting and everything, and in a peaceful way, in a respectful way. So thank you, appreciate that. Thank you. And now we're gonna go out. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, Ireland. Oh, wow, wow. Thanks for tuning in. Pura vida, mi gente. Much love and respect. Wow. Wow, wow, much love.